Who? Howdy. Hi. Welcome in, guys. I don't know what happened, but they changed my ad schedule. So we're gonna have to adjust for that. I don't know what the fuck they did, but more important things. Dragon Knights event. Which means Dragon Knights. Yeah, it's a bit redundant. Hey, howdy, Chris Chopshot Kid, how you doing? But yeah, let's dive right into it. Please don't kill off. Okay, we're off to a great start. Night has fallen above the crackling blaze of burning buildings, and the screams of civilians can be heard. Wait, above the crackling blaze of burning buildings and the scream of civilians can be heard the roars of countless dragons. Hurry! This way!
What the heck's going on? There's a huge hole in the middle of the village.
Doing good?
Nice.
Hope you're doing better than these people, at least. Siegfried, the captain, Viren, and Lyria scramble around the village, helping to evacuate its panicked, confused residents.
Captain, someone's being attacked by a dragon over there.
Lyria points in the direction of the gaping chasm, spotting a figure facing a dragon at its edge. The captain dashes over. Oh. He seems composed, which is concerning. Wait, Captain! Siegfried steps in to face the man, blocking the captain from his line of vision. Who are you people? So you're the one who caused this disaster. You're not one of us? What are you talking about? That blood of yours. It belongs to Fafnir. How did you know that Fafnir's blood flows within me? Fafnir's Dragonian. I see. You must be the famous Dragon Slayer. The man gives a disapproving tisk and moves to shield the dragon at his side. I'll handle this myself. You gather the others and go ahead. Stop right there! Oh. Your fight is with me. Oh no. He's casting spells. Oh, what? Can't be him. That oh, that spell.
He turned into a dragon.
Ow. Ugh. No, no! They'll have to do better than that. Go get him, Siegfried! Yeah, get wrecked. Grimacing as an intense pain suddenly rips through him. Siegfried looks at the gash made by the giant dragon's claws and gasps. Dark blotches spread the open wound, growing slowly to encompass his entire body. Fingertips are numb. Is this some sort of nerve agent? But even so, whatever the case, I better do what I can to avoid taking any more of his attacks.
Siegfried, are you okay? You look pale.
Stay back! The claws are likely venomous. Poison will affect me since Fafnir's blood flows through my veins. You all are different. Oh, no. He has reverb. Oh. What's so funny? Oh,
Nothing. I was merely impressed that you can still afford to worry about these children in your current state. Your reputation is certainly justified. Don't flatter yourself. You can't possibly kill all dragons. What? The fangs of one carrying the blood of Fafnir can never hope to reach us, the dragons of Avalon. What do you mean? Who in the skies are you? It's time. There's still much work left to be done, so I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me. You're not getting away! Hearing the roar of its kin, the massive dragon flaps its great wings to take flight, just as Siegfried kicks off the ground to attack. Oh. Oh, did we get him? Fresh blood pours from the wound opened by Siegfried's heavy blow, raining down upon him. The next moment... Oh. Oh no, he's turning! Siegfried! The captain's eyes widen as Siegfried suddenly cries out and falls to his knees.
Hey, Siegfried! What happened?
Oh no. Looks like his body's been burned all over. Oh, he got away. With one final glance at the crew, the colossal dragon rises and soars high into the air, leaving the other dragons behind it. Their roars echo to the skies, burning red in the light of dawn, calling forth fresh chaos upon the land below. And that's how we're starting this event. The dragon weeps before daybreak. Event start. Chapter 1. A distant dawn. Not a radiant dawn, but okay. Shortly before the confrontation in the remote village, prominent figures from Wales, Dalmor, and Findrak gather in Findrak's throne room.
So, we still haven't uncovered a single clue as to the whereabouts of Lamorak and the other Cabal members?
Correct. Furthermore, no abnormalities have been detected at the ley lines in Dalmor, nor has there been any other suspicious activity reported. There have been no further sightings of the hybrids that the knights in training encountered previously either. My brother Aglavale sent forces to investigate within Wales as well, but they have yet to uncover any information related to the Cabal. Hey, he got a new portrait. Nice, because his old one's kind of outdated. At these words, the expression of all those in attendance turned grim. An organization known as the Cabal has caused numerous disturbances within the countries of Findrak, Wales, and Dalmor. By the time they were able to locate the Cabal's base, it had already been abandoned, and they failed to capture the mastermind. I'm glad they're doing a bit of a recap, because, yeah, this will be very confusing to anyone just tuning in. Fortunately, they succeeded in making contact with Lamorak, the second son of the House of Wales, and a covert member of the Cabal. However, Lamorak managed to escape, and since then, the trail has gone completely cold. Letting Lamorak slip away was a considerable setback.
That was to be expected. This just goes to show how cautious the Cabal has become. Moreover, their fellow member Lamorak came into contact with his own brother Aglavale. Even the Cabal must be aware of the heightened security in Wales by now.
Lord Aglavale seemed to feel responsible for Lamorak's escape. Apparently, Lamorak actually agreed to surrender on one occasion,
As such, I presume he must have something up his sleeve.
For now, we should continue our trilateral cooperation and remain on alert for any activity by the Cabal while we await word from Lamorak. Right. Your support is much appreciated. I'll keep probing into whether the Cabal has any hidden bases remaining in Wales. God, look at this. Look at the hip sass on this new portrait. Dang, Percy. If they're still on the island, there must be a trail somewhere.
Fiendrak will continue to assist in the investigation as well. Or so I'd like to say.
King Carl pauses, heaving a deep sigh with a weary look on his face.
In fact, there's a rather troublesome situation unfolding in Fiendrak at present. Considering your close proximity, I imagine Wales is already aware. But Albanarum has been on the move recently.
Albanarum, that mysterious nearby country with whom we share no diplomatic relations? Wow.
Precisely. Some days ago, troops suddenly began to assemble near the border we share.
And that's not the only issue Fiendrak is currently facing. On top of that, dragon attacks are rapidly increasing throughout the country. Dragons? Yes. Outlying towns and villages are being targeted one after another. Several of them have already been devastated and abandoned. The captain and Siegfried are helping us take stock of the dragons that appeared in one such remote village. But as we have already dispatched a large number of personnel to secure the border with Albanarum, we're unable to adequately respond ourselves. I see. After ruminating on Lancelot's explanation for a moment, Percival begins to speak, his expression tense. Now that I think of it, there were reports of dragons being spotted flying from Albanarum to Fiendrak. In other words, there's a connection between Albanarum and the appearance of those dragons? I can't say for sure, but what's for certain is that something strange is starting to move in the shadows. At Percival's words, a heavy silence falls over the room. Each and every individual present can sense that this could very well be the beginning of something terrible. Trouble is a brewing.
Oh, forgive my intrusion, Your Majesty, but the captain's crew and Sigrid have just arrived. It seems there's been an incident. Wait, oh. Very well. Let them enter.
Having obtained the king's permission, the guard bows once before opening the door to the visitors waiting outside. Oh no! What happened to his eye? Upon seeing a familiar figure, being led by the hands of the captain and Lyria, Lancelot and Percival gasp.
Siegfried! What happened to you?
Is that you, Lancelot? Sorry, my vision's been compromised.
Oh! How can this be? What could have possibly caused a man of your stature to suffer such injuries?
I apologize for my unsightly appearance. Get it because I'm blind now. Allow me to explain. After taking a moment to collect his thoughts, Siegfried launches into an explanation of the incident in the remote village. He describes everything from the dragon attacks to the physical abnormalities he had personally experienced during the battle. So, you received that wound and the marks on your face during your fight with the dragon? That's right. First I thought my symptoms were caused by the dragon's poison, but apparently not. My eyes themselves are actually fine. And normally, an injury like this would have mended quickly thanks to the power of Fafnir's blood. According to the physician, the reason my eyesight hasn't returned and my wounds haven't healed is likely due to some sort of curse. And I have one more thing to report. There's something that's been weighing on my mind regarding the cloaked man who led the dragon attack on the village.
What do you mean?
The spell he cast to transform into a dragon was most likely the same technique that Gunther used. As I recall, Merlin was the one who taught Gunther that magic, correct? If this man learned that spell from Merlin in the same way, then it's possible that Merlin could be at the helm of the dragon attacks occurring in Fiendrak. If that's the case, then it wouldn't be at all surprising if the Cabal was pulling the strings behind Albanarum's sudden actions. I'll go back to Wales and review the timing of Albanarum's movements in relation to the appearance of the dragons. If the Cabal is controlling not only the dragons, but the country of Albanarum itself, it could lead to an all-out war involving both Fiendrak and Wales. And all more...
A war? If that happens, then citizens here...
Don't look so worried. That's why our three nations are working together, to prevent that outcome. We won't let the Cabal have their way. It's our duty to protect our countries and their people.
Well, if you say so. I'm sure everything will be A-okay.
Seemingly reassured by Percival's powerful words, Lyria nods earnestly. Since Dalmor doesn't share a border with Albanarum, we're unfortunately unable to directly analyze its movements. However, I will once again verify whether there has been any dragon sightings within Dalmor. Very well. As we have the cooperation of Wales and so long as we have the cooperation of Wales and Dalmor, we should be able to put an end to this war before it begins. I ask for your assistance in ensuring the continued peace of our people. Who could be seeking to plunge Fiendrak into conflict? Though they face countless unknowns, the three countries remain wholly united against their common enemy. Okay, we also might have to take an ad break after every chapter. I'm sorry, they messed with my settings. I don't know what they did, but I hate it.
Hey, Lancelot, you okay?
Huh? Oh, forgive me. I'm fine. Did you need something?
Well, nothing really. I was just thinking you must be really worried about your hometown.
Thank you. Yes, I am. Even though Nimue village hasn't suffered any direct damage yet, something could happen at any time.
Don't worry. We're heading there to prevent just that.
The group is currently en route to a village located in the eastern part of Fiendrak. It all started a few hours prior. I recently received word that there has been a sudden increase in dragon activity near Nimue village in the eastern part of Fiendrak. Did you say Nimue village? Indeed. If I'm not mistaken, that is where both you and Vane hail from. Reports of dragons have been coming in from all over the country, but the concentration around Nimue is unusually high. Therefore, I would like to ask you, Vane, and the captain's crew to investigate the area surrounding the village. Normally, we would deploy a platoon, but as you know, the Order is preoccupied with other matters, and there are no nights to spare.
And given your familiarity with the land, I expect you'll be quicker to notice any abnormalities. Will you agree to shoulder this task? Of course. You can entrust the matter of Nimue Village to us. Very good. It's in your hands, Lancelot.
Thus, the captain and company depart for Nimue Village by order of the king. According to King Carl, villages and towns around Nimue have been badly damaged by the attacks. And there's supposed to be way more dragons than we saw in that village on the border. If we don't find them in time, they strike out of nowhere like before.
We know this place like the back of our hand, so just leave everything to us.
Yes, we're more than up to the task. So, let's do whatever we can to prevent further damage. We still have quite a way to go. Siegfried, are you feeling alright? Siegfried looks up, continuing to walk along with the captain's assistance. Yes. Thanks to Florence, my injuries aren't bothering me as much as before. But she said she wasn't able to break the curse or anything, right? What if it keeps getting worse? I don't see that happening. Florence confirmed my suspicions that the curse itself stopped progressing. Though it's unclear if that's because of Fafnir's blood, or something else entirely. In any case, there's no issue with my health. Siegfried exhales quietly, focusing intently on his surroundings. My other senses seem to be sharper now that I've lost my sight. I should be able to sense the presence of dragons more easily than ever before. So, in the case of a dragon hunt, I'll hopefully be able to make myself useful. It's reassuring to have you with us, Siegfried. Just promise that you won't push yourself too hard. Of course. I don't plan on being a burden. But if things go sideways, I'll be counting on you all. Alright, then let's get through this final stretch. We're almost to Nimue. Their spirits renewed, the captain and the crew continue through the thick forest towards the destination. Just after nightfall, they're finally cleared by the peaceful scenery of Nimue Village.
This is Nimue, right? Good. Looks like it's still in one piece.
Yep. There are no signs of any dragon attacks, and everything feels the same as always. That's strange. I can sense the presence of dragons all throughout this area. Why? Siegfried? Are you alright? Sorry, yes. Did you say something? Siegfried's looking really pale, so maybe we ought to call him a night. Let's go to my parents' house. This village doesn't really have any inns, and I'd like to check in on my father and mother anyway. Yeah, can we meet his parents? Nodding, the captain and company head for Lancelot's childhood home. Show parents, please. They exist. They're real.
Well, my goodness. If it isn't Lancelot in vain.
Long time no see, Auntie Elaine. How have you been?
As you can see, I'm fit as a fiddle.
And you, Vane. Have you put on more muscle since I last saw you? Honestly, Lancelot, you could have at least sent a letter to let us know you were coming home. Sorry, Mother. It was sort of a last-minute decision. I'm happy to see you're doing well.
Mother, oh please. I keep telling you to call me Mama like you used to.
I think I'm a little old for that at this point. Please don't. Oh my god. Please be alive by the end of this event. Lancelot regards his mother's pouting face with an exasperated expression.
Guess not even Lancelot stands a chance against his own mom.
Oh, heavens. I didn't see you had your friends with you. And here I am making a spectacle of myself. Realizing that she has other visitors, the woman clears her throat and turns to greet them. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lancelot's mother, Elaine. I know you must have your hands full looking after my son in vain here. What? Oh, I don't remember seeing her. It's our pleasure. You must be the captain. Then that makes her companions here, Fiona and Lyria. I've heard so much about you. Thank you for everything you do for these two silly boys. And Siegfried, I believe this is our first time meeting. But I feel like I know you quite well already. Apologies for dropping them announced, Elaine. Never you mind. I was just a little surprised, that's all. Anyway, let's not stand here all night. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Elaine leads them to the living room, where a man is already seated. Oh. Well, if we know where Lancelot gets it from. What? Oh, this is a surprise. Lancelot and Vane showing up out of the blue is one thing, but I didn't expect you to be with them, Siegfried. His presence. Oh no. There is a dragon among us. Has something happened, Lancelot? Yes. We're here on some urgent business. Oh, first let me introduce you. This is my father, Bon. It's nice to meet you all. Welcome to our humble little village. So, what brings you home on such short notice? Well, you see, Lancelot fills his parents in on the reason for their visit. Dragons, you say? We did hear rumors that a neighboring village had been attacked by dragons. Yes, but fortunately there hasn't been any damage here. No damage, huh? But are there dragons here? Well, that's good news. On that note, have you come across anything unusual in the village? Anything at all, no matter how trivial it might seem. Unusual? Let's see. Come to think of it, a peddler mentioned hearing some strange voices coming from the deserted village across the river. The village across the river? But that place has been abandoned since we were kids, right? Plus, there's monsters' nests close by, so I can't imagine anybody in their right mind hanging out there. I had the same thought, so I went with some of the other villagers to look into it. And sure enough, we heard what sounded like voices. Did you see anyone around? Not a soul. So that just made it all the more strange. I see. Thanks, Father. We'll do something about all those dragons, so don't worry. Sorry, I can't be of more help. But if there's anything I can do, just say the word. As Lancelot nods, the conversation is interrupted by the unmistakable sound of a stomach growling. Oh, sorry. Aw. No need to apologize. All this serious talk is enough to make anyone hungry. Lancelot, I assume you're all planning to stay here tonight? Yes, if it's not too much trouble. All right. Then I'll roll up my sleeves and prepare you all a delicious feast. Oh, my, that would be wonderful. Here, I'll help you.
I appreciate the offer, but I can't ask my guests to do that. You just sit back and relax. Instead, I could really go for some of your flan for dessert, Vane. It's been so long. You got it. I'll whip up a special batch of my patented flan just for you. My, what a treat. Yours has such a gentle flavor compared to all the shops. My taste buds just can't forget it. I'll obviously need your help too, Lancelot. Oh, but I need to get everyone's rooms ready first, so come with me. Huh? Oh, right. Coming. The captain and the crew watch in a daze as Lancelot and Vane scramble to follow Elaine out of the room. Sorry for startling you. That's just how Elaine is. She can come on a little strong sometimes.
Yeah. Now I see why Lancelot's no match for her.
Well, since the opportunity has presented itself, could I ask you to fill me in on what Lancelot and Vane have been up to? They've mentioned your names many times, so I've always thought it would be nice to sit down and have a chat with you all. How have those two grown since leaving the village? What sort of people have they met during their travels? I've learned a good bit through the grapevine from their letters, but it's not often I have the chance to hear directly from those closest to them. Of course. I've always wanted to speak with the man who raised such a fine young knight. Who raised such fine young knights. Okay.
And we'll tell you about the time we traveled to the skies to learn about the world together.
I can't wait to hear all about it. Thus, the captain and the crew reminisce fondly about their time spent with Lancelot and Vane, until Elaine comes to fetch them. What's this? Can't sleep? Father. This sure brings back memories. We talked like this the night before you left for Feedrock to take your enlistment exam for the Order. Yeah, I remember. I couldn't sleep well that night either, so you lent me your ear. Time sure flies. You were so stressed out and nervous that day. And now look at you, a knight captain in charge of leading an order to protect your country. You've truly become a great man. No, I still have a long way to go. After all this time, my anxiety's still getting the better of me. I heard everything from Siegfried and your friends. Sounds like the country is in real trouble right now. Yes. This village is under threat as well. I'll obviously do my utmost to prevent anything from happening. But what if I fail? Is that it? As Lancelot falls silent beside him, Bond looks up at the sky with a small smile. Lancelot, I fully believe that you and Vane can overcome any difficulties that come your way. And it's not just me. Everyone in the village trusts you with their lives. You've come all this way to protect your home. I'm sure everything will work out. But we don't know a single thing about the enemy we're up against this time around. Even Siegfried of our people was seriously injured. Not to mention, everyone here in Nimue is in danger, including you and Mother. All that makes it hard not to worry. I swore to be a knight capable of protecting both this country and its people, using everyone's encouragement to propel me forward. Fretting about something like this just proves how far I am from my goal. Emotions like anxiety and fear are important, especially when it comes to protecting something.
But you can't let those feelings cause you to look down and miss the big picture like now. People who lose themselves to anxiety, fear, and conflict stop looking forward. But you won't find anything with your eyes to the ground. On the contrary, you'll miss something important. So whatever happens, always keep your head up, Lancelot. Continue looking forward to the future. If you can manage to do that, any emotion will be a source of strength. The strength to protect, to accomplish whatever you set out to do. I've always taught you that negative thoughts bring negative outcomes, haven't I? This is no different. It's simple, really. Now that I think of it, you're right. Thanks, Father. I feel a little better now. You're very welcome. I have to look forward, too. I can't afford to remain idle forever. Please tell me he heard that. Oh, damn it. Father? Oh, sorry, it's nothing. I was just taking a moment to appreciate what a fine man you've grown up to be. Now, you should be getting to bed. Otherwise, you'll end up racing around in tears because you overslept again. When did that even happen? As I recall, it was the night before your school trip. You were too restless to sleep back then, just like you are now. Well, even if there aren't any waterworks this time, making yourself sick from lack of sleep won't help anyone. You should get back inside before you freeze. That's a good point. Alright. Taking his father's advice, Lancelot begins walking back towards the house. Lancelot. Then, I have the utmost faith in you. Bond's murmurs melt away into the stillness of the night, unheard. So he's sus. Okay, we're not done, but like, we have to run an ad, because fucking Twitch. Yeah, they messed with my shit. I don't know why. How dare you adjust my settings without my permission? Wait, you know what? Why don't I just disable it? Depends. How long is the next ad break? Why don't we just disable ads for this one stream? Okay. Okay, so... Oh my god, the next thing is in like 20 minutes. Pre-roll notifications. Is it gone? Hold up, let me... No, they're still here. Okay, hold up. Oh, wait, hold up. There we go. Let me... turn that off. There we go. It's off. I fixed it. Now, oh, nice. Now we can go uninterrupted. Let's go.
Yeah, that abandoned village sure sounds fishy to me.
The following morning, the captain and the crew discussed what they had heard from Ban and Elaine. Bon. I don't like saying Bon, it sounds like Bon. I agree. I've never heard anything about voices coming from the abandoned village before. People used to go there on dares back in the day, but after some of them were injured by monsters, everybody started steering clear of the place. I think it's worth looking into. We might even discover what's behind the appearance of all those dragons.
Then let's all go check it out together.
Noticing Siegfried turning towards the village, seemingly in thought, Lyria calls out to him.
Is something wrong, Siegfried? You've been pretty quiet for a while.
Siegfried twists to face the group, his expression serious. The truth is, I've been sensing dragons throughout the area ever since we arrived here. Including the village itself.
What? But we would have noticed if there was a bunch of dragons hanging around.
Does that mean the man who with the cloak you mentioned might have snuck in here? I don't know for sure, but it's possible. That being said, there's definitely something suspicious about the abandoned village as well. If that man really has found his way into Nimue, we can't leave him unchecked. We should split into two groups and investigate. I'll go with the captain and the crew to survey the abandoned village. Dayb, you stay here with Siegfried and search for the cloaked man.
You got it, Lancey. If there's anybody shady hiding out in the village, you can count on me to catch him.
Then, let's not waste another minute. Be careful, you two. Right. You will do the same. Thus, the captain and company leave Siegfried and Vane to their search and head for the abandoned village. Upon arriving on the other side of the river, they're met with a swarm of monsters. However, there are no dragons or suspicious voices to be found in the vicinity. Only vacant, crumbling buildings.
So far, nothing seems out of the ordinary.
Yes, there's no signs of people having been here. Only monsters. But you never know what might happen. We should remain vigilant. Keeping their eyes peeled, the captain and company continue deeper into the village. Oh. It's not him, but it's one of them. I never dreamed the Night Captain himself would come to a place like this on a dragon hunt. Don't tell me. You're the one who attacked that village on the border? Now then, who can say? How big is he? Just as Lancelot is about to close in, a magic circle materializes above the man's hand and emits a dazzling light.
Whoa!
That's a dragon transformation spell! Oh. That's underwhelming. He escaped. Was that the man you all mentioned before?
Well, I didn't get a good look at his face just now. But judging from his build, I'm pretty sure that was a different guy. But his clothes were similar, so I think he's probably a friend of the man we met.
So our enemy is not only the man who attacked that remote village, but the entire organization. The fact that we encountered one of his companions means that there must be something of importance here. Can't be far. Let's find out and comb the area. Captain and company split up and began searching through the buildings. Suddenly,
My captain hears a sound akin to voices being carried on the wind.
What's up, Captain? Find something?
I hear voices, and not the usual ones. Following the intermittent noise to the outskirts of the village, they come upon an old well in the middle of an unkempt field. The sound seems to be coming from the bottom of this well. I'll go down and investigate. You will stay here and keep a lookout. Well, we should come with you. It's dangerous to go alone. Ensuring that the captain and crew are in position, Lancelot descends into the well. That's odd. The bottom of the well is awfully wide compared to its mouth. Stepping onto solid ground, Lancelot is surprised to find himself in an area large enough for several adults to stand in. Huh? While surveying his surroundings, he notices something strange about an area of the floor beneath him. The dirt here looks fresh. Don't tell me. Using his twin blades to dig up the soil, Lancelot soon hits upon something solid. I don't believe it. In the spot he had unearthed is a highly suspicious old iron trapdoor. There's air flowing through the gaps around the edges. This must be where that sound was coming from. Carefully opening the door, he sees a narrow staircase that looks completely out of place for the bottom of a well. An underground chamber? I never imagined something like this would be hidden down here. Oh, okay, well, okay, where's my thing? Oh, wait, here it is.
Hey. Hey, Lancelot! Find anything down there?
Yes! There appears to be a room hidden beneath the bottom of the well. I'm going to head inside and scout around. You will stay on guard and continue searching the surrounding area. Lancelot, it's a very bad idea to go into suspicious areas by yourself. Please, just let us come with you.
Okay. Be careful, Lancelot.
After informing the crew of the situation, Lancelot turns his gaze on the deep darkness leading further into the earth. Chamber hidden at the bottom of the well. What could possibly be inside? Taking a deep breath, he steps down onto the staircase. Lancelot, please! I'm worried for your safety. Chapter 2: Burning Daylight. Passing through the door at the bottom of the well, Lancelot continues down a long flight of stairs before at last arriving at the underground chamber. It's larger than I expected. Oh, we're flip-flopping between so many filters. Not to mention it's surprisingly tidy, considering how long ago the village was abandoned. I'm just gonna do like the mental filter. He enters to find himself in what appears to be some sort of facility. A once-over of the room reveals nothing but some forgotten pieces of furniture and a few marks on the floor, indicating where something large had once stood. Isn't there anything left that could serve as a lead? Judging from the handful of laboratory instruments left on the shelves, this place was most likely a research facility. There are traces of large equipment having been removed. A facility of this size should have been documented in the national records. But I've never come across any account of a research facility existing in this village. Is there still more to this place? Lancelot notices a staircase leading farther down and peeks over the edge. It's pretty deep. Here's to hoping there are some clues remaining down there. Descending carefully so as not to lose his footing, he reaches the last step to see another iron door, this one heavy and rusted. Upon pushing the door open, the sight beyond it causes him to gasp involuntarily. Is this a dungeon? Why would there be something like this in such a remote village? As he continues inside in a stupor, he notices two silhouettes within one of the many cells and freezes. Before him is a pair of skeletal corpses huddled together in a narrow cell. He steps into the cell to carefully inspect the remains. Bad idea! Quite some time has passed since they died. Their build suggests a woman and a youth. Mother and child, perhaps? And this cloak. It's the same as the one that man we encountered was wearing. Upon closer examination, Lancelot notices something off about the skeletons. Are these wings? But the other parts are those of humanoid. I mean, dragon people do exist. What's that? Suddenly, Lancelot spots something shiny lying amidst the rags. Reaching down, he picks up what appears to be a scale the size of his thumb. A dragon scale. I remember seeing something similar before. A man transforming into a dragon. Skeletons with wings. Could this place be connected to the enemy? Maybe there's some evidence here that leads us to the true identity. Lancelot searches the other cells for any remaining clues. However, all he finds are bones that are more or less identical to the first. No more leads here, it seems. It would be difficult to crawl. Be difficult for the residents of a small village to so thoroughly eliminate all evidence related to the truth of this place. And judging from the size of the facility, it must have been supported by some powerful people. But who? And for what purpose? At that moment, a memory echoes through Lancelot's mind. Fiendrak is a land bearing a dark path and countless secrets. It would appear that you've become quite cognizant of that fact. Though I cannot reveal everything to you now, the truth remains waiting to be uncovered. The voice I heard in Camelot mentioned Fiendrak having countless secrets. Could there be a connection? The answer remains shrouded in mystery, with nary a clue to the truth in sight. On top of his intense frustration over this fact, Lancelot is overcome with an unspeakable sense of apprehension. While Lancelot is exploring the hidden underground space beneath the well, Vane and Siegfried continue their search back in Nimue village.
You want to know if any outsiders have come to the village lately? No, I can't say I remember any. I've only had one visitor recently. That was a peddler who's been coming here for decades.
Has anything odd happened in the village at all?
No, not that I know of. Though I did hear that a nearby town was attacked by dragons.
Okay. Well, thanks for your time.
Sure. Sorry I couldn't help. Good luck with your night duties.
Waving goodbye to the kindly villager, Vane lets out an enormous sigh and turns around. Looks like nobody's seen any shady figures lurking around the village. People have mentioned a peddler, but considering he's a familiar face around here, it's unlikely he's the man we're looking for. It doesn't do us much good knowing that there are dragons around if we can't track them down. Vane's shoulders slump in disappointment, but upon seeing a pair of children running up to him, he opens his arms wide.
Vane!
Oh, long time no see! How have you been?
Hey, Vane, tell me a story. Vane, what are we gonna play today?
Ah, sorry. I'm actually here for business right now. We'll have to play another time.
Aww.
I'm really sorry. But Lancey and I will both play with you once we're done with our work. Can you be big kids for me and wait until then?
Okay. Think it's you asking. That counts as a promise. If you break it, you gotta stick a needle in your eye.
Ooh, now that's scary. In that case, I'll make sure to keep my promise. So, you guys be good in the meantime, okay?
Okay.
As Vane watches the children scamper off, a small smile appears on Siegfried's face. This really is a nice village. It's peaceful and full of good-natured people. And it's obvious just how much they admire you and Lancelot. Well, this village is our pride and joy for a reason. It doesn't have anything fancy like the capital, and there ain't that many people. But the air is fresh, the scenery is beautiful, and everybody's so warm and welcoming. It's like one big happy family. And that's why Lancey and I both love this village. Siegfried's expression softens further as Vane beams and puffs out his chest. Speaking of which, what sort of place is your hometown? Mine? Yeah. Lancey and Percy both said you never talked about it, so I've always wondered. Well, now that you mention it, I was once asked about my past in a similar fashion. Thinking back, I haven't really had a chance to discuss my background since then. Siegfried slowly tilts his head up at the sky, as though searching for a distant memory. Truth be told, I have no idea where I was born, or even what my real parents looked like. Huh? I was already an orphan as far back as I can remember. In my earliest memories, I was living in a small village. He pauses and lowers his face towards his palms. From a young age, I had extraordinary strength and an abnormal capacity for recovery, though not on the level of what I have now. As a child, I had difficulty handling my power. And one day, I ended up hurting one of the villagers. That's what led me to leave the village. Afterward, I survived by consuming monsters and spent my days doing the equivalent of mercenary work. It says pre-roll ads are disabled. Okay, could you guys tell me if you get an ad? Thanks. I disabled them, so you shouldn't be getting them. If you do, then, I have to go punch someone. Back then, I was just drifting through life, without any sort of goal or purpose. That is, until I met King Joseph. That encounter was what finally gave meaning to my previously aimless life. From the day he took me in, my hometown became none other than the country of Fiendberg. For me, my early life was just an insignificant thing of the past. I didn't intend to hide my background. The topic honestly just never came up. This is the first time I've ever really talked about it, actually. I had no idea. Thanks for telling me about yourself. I'm glad I got to learn where you came from. So, you consider the country itself to be your hometown, huh? That's so like you, Siegfried. Vane turns with a laugh, stopping in his tracks as he suddenly locks eyes with a couple standing in the edge of the village. Vane! That's you, isn't it? I thought the village seemed more lively than usual. Now I see why. Huh? Oh, Uncle Miles! And Auntie Adele, too. Good to see you again. You're as energetic as ever, I see. I certainly didn't expect to run into you here. How's the capital? Is Lancelot doing well? Hold on, I'm applying lip balm because my lips are dry. There we go. Yep, Lancey actually came back to the village with me, but he's off doing some investigating at the moment. Listening politely to the conversation, Siegfried mutters in Vane's ear with a somewhat grave expression on his face. Friends of yours, Vane? Huh? Oh, sorry. I'll introduce you. This is... this man is Uncle Miles, and his wife here is Auntie Adele. They live right across the street from Lancey's house. These two were always looking out for us back when we were kids. Uncle Miles, Auntie Adele, this is Siegfried, the famous captain of the Black Dragons. Oh, a legend himself? It's like a dream come true having the opportunity to meet such a renowned knight. But to think someone of your caliber would visit our simple village. Did some sort of large incident happen nearby? Actually, we're on the hunt for a man wearing a cloak. He happens to be the prime suspect in a certain case. Have you seen anyone suspicious around the village? A cloak, huh? That doesn't ring any bells. How about you, Adele? I'm afraid I only know what I've heard from rumors. Ones about dragons appearing in the near village. Sorry. My husband was away on a trip for a few days and just got back. So he's not really up to date on the latest news around here. On a trip recently. Where to, huh? Oh, a trip, huh? Lucky you! Where'd you go? Wales? I visited some old friends and did a little sightseeing. I'd already made arrangements with Elaine to hold a confectionery class in the village, so I wasn't able to join him. Seriously? Can you believe this man? Making travel plans without even asking me about my schedule first. I know. Forgive me. I finally got my hands on an item I requested, so I just couldn't contain myself. Watching Miles scratch his head sheepishly at Adele's accusation, Vane suddenly remembers something. Oh. Vane being big brain. Okay. Huh? That's weird. I thought Wales had tightened restrictions on travelers because of the Cabal. His suspicion aroused, Vane falls silent for a moment before venturing another question. Speaking of Wales, the border towns are supposed to be great for sightseeing. Did you happen to visit any? Yeah, of course. The relaxing atmosphere made it a very pleasant stay. Is that right? Sounds like Percy's advice was right on the money. I'll try to stop by one of those border towns myself the next time I'm in Wales. Yeah, I highly recommend doing that. I have no doubt that you'll enjoy it. Oh, well, we should probably be going. I actually haven't finished unpacking yet, and I'd like to get it done before the day's over. Oh, sure thing. Sorry for holding you up. I'm sorry I couldn't offer more in the way of assistance. But let's make sure to have a nice long talk next time. You bet. Thanks for talking with me. Turning Vane's cheerful wave, the couple set off towards their home. Meanwhile, Siegfried's face creases into a frown as the powerful presence he had sensed drifts slowly away. There are Drykens among us. Last event we had an imposter among us. After bidding farewell to the couple, Vane heaves a deep sigh. Hey, Siegfried. Did something about Uncle Miles not sit right with you? Siegfried hesitates for a moment before nodding slowly in response. So, he thought the same thing. You noticed? Well, vaguely. I just thought something seemed a little off. Vane gazes after the pair, a tinge of sadness in his voice as he speaks. Those two are like family to me and Lancy. Auntie Adele used to bake us a pie every weekend at the same time. Whenever we smelled one in the oven, Lancelot and I would race to see who could get there first. Uncle Miles was the type to never get mad, except for one time when he went completely ballistic. And that's what taught me that there are certain people in this world that you should never, ever anger. You must have been close. Yeah. Auntie Adele still sends us pies every now and then. And when fall rolls around, she throws in a pumpkin cake that she learned how to make from my grandma. So I'm honestly hoping that this is all one big misunderstanding. Aww. Hey Kayla, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Could I ask you one question? What stuck out as suspicious to you? Hope your time zone's treating you well. Well, there were a number of red flags. But what really convinced me was when I asked him about the border towns. For starters, Wales supposed to be restricting travelers right now as a precaution against the Cabal. Did I get an alert? For what? Percy said they've cracked down especially hard on the border towns. Only residents and merchants are allowed in. But the first thing that tipped me off was an old habit rearing its head. Wait, you did? 3 months. I didn't. Twitch off. To be fair, Twitch is being kind of a jerk. So, thank you for the 3-month sub kill. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, that's weird. Twitch, fix your shit. First you mess up my ad breaks and now you're doing this garbage. Huh. Somebody needs a firm spanking. The first thing that tipped me off was an old habit rearing its head. A habit? When you asked Uncle Miles about the cloaked man, he immediately turned the subject to Auntie Adele, right? That's his ring credit. Oh wait, so it's not just me? He has a habit of doing that whenever he's having trouble explaining something. Or when he's telling a lie. I think the first time it came out was when me and Lancy found a lewd book in the woods. Lewd books are canon in this world? We're having issues this week. Oof. Dang, so that's... Wow. What's happening, Twitch? You twitching? Since we were still young at the time, we had no idea what we were looking at, so we asked Uncle Miles about it. As soon as we brought it up, she immediately called over Auntie Adele and ran away. Who leaves a lewd book in the woods? Unless they were like finished using it, but like, ew, gross. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Oh, his lying habit. That's when she told us about his habit. Excuse me, I have class. I would never do it in the woods. Well, by myself at least. She said she always takes off the second he gets uncomfortable. Uncle Miles is normally a pretty no-nonsense guy, though. So I hadn't seen him do it in a while. Vane's nostalgic expression suddenly darkens. At first, I doubted myself. But when he mentioned his trip to Wales and visiting the border towns, that settled it. I see. With a thoughtful nod, Siegfried quietly begins to speak. This land is teeming with the presence of dragons. But I sensed a particularly powerful aura from that man. Oh no. It was almost completely indistinguishable from that of the enormous dragon that cursed me. If not identical. What's with the hot dog? Oh. Well, you see, me and my cousin watched Total Drama Island, like, back when we had a vacation in Florida. And ever since then, it's been plaguing my life. So if I have to be cursed, then so do you. You will have to bear witness. Ow! Wait, where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Okay. There we go. Hot dog lore. And, well, I debated whether to tell you this or not, but I sensed a similar presence from Lancelot's father. What? Uncle Bon? No. It can't be. There must be some mistake. Not Uncle Bon. Gee, I wish I drew more stuff. I haven't been drawing anything for like the past month and I feel really bad about it. Ugh, I'm gonna cry. But there's no proof yet. Nothing says Uncle Bon and Uncle Miles are definitely involved with the dragons, right? Right. For now, this is all just conjecture based on my own perception. I know the chances are slim, but it's possible they have nothing to do with the guy who attacked that remote village, right? Yes. Seeing as how we have no evidence, there could be any number of possibilities. We may be able to glean some information by looking into their friends and acquaintances. Their friends and acquaintances, huh? And if we can prove that Uncle Bon and Uncle Miles are innocent. Okay, got it. Then let's start asking around right now. Or, well, that's what I'd normally suggest. But we should probably wait to ask Auntie Elaine and Auntie Adele last, don't you think? True. That would probably be for the best. We want to avoid broadcasting our activities as much as possible, just in case it turns out they are connected. Got it. In that case, we'd stick out like two sore thumbs if we started canvassing the area. So why don't we start by talking to the village elder? He knows everything there is to know about the villagers. I mean, he could also be like the leader. Vane wears a serious expression in his eyes, filled with resolve. He fails to notice, however, a pair of glowing eyes staring out of them from the shadows. So, you want to know about Miles and Bon? Well, let's see. After thinking for a moment, the village elder claps his hands together as if remembering something important. Come to think of it, both of them drifted in here from somewhere else. Wait, Uncle Bon too? He's not originally from the village? Vane's eyes widen at this sudden revelation. That's right. I can't recall when exactly, but it was a long time ago. They showed up one day looking like something the cat dragged in, and everyone was too scared to even approach them. The first people to reach out to them were none other than Elaine and Adele. Both of them have always had a heart for helping others. I made it their mission to take good care of that poor pair of wanderers. Without Elaine and Adele, I imagine Miles and Bond would have either remained isolated or left the village entirely. So that's what happened. I had no idea. Well, that's only natural. It isn't the sort of thing one shouts from the rooftops. And besides, this village, or rather this entire region, is filled with such drifters. Drifters? Could you expand on that a little? Certainly. That being said, it isn't an unusual tale by any means. You hear similar things quite often. Clearing his throat, the village elder settles back and begins to tell his story. Once upon a time, this region was known as an exceedingly prosperous land as Benwick. Known as Benwick. However, around 300 years ago, a horde of monsters suddenly appeared. Towns were burned to the ground, and their residents fled. The land became to be considered uninhabitable and lay neglected for many years. Huh? So that means the villages and towns around here must have been built after that, right? I'm sure, so I'm surprised anybody would want to live in a place where monsters destroyed entire towns in the past. Actually, there's a good reason for that. As I recall, it was over 100 years ago. Back when I was still 500. The king of Fiendwreck at that time had sent knights to reclaim the homeland of its former inhabitants. During the ensuing battle, lasting several months, most of the monsters were eradicated, and the area became livable once more. Well, that's some dedication. He must have been a really kind king who cared about his people. Yes, I'm sure he was. In any case, with the monsters gone, the country spearheaded the restoration of local villages and towns. During that time, people began to migrate here from all over. That's how the region came to be what it is today. Wow. Just being born and raised in the place doesn't mean you automatically know everything about it, huh? Deep history. Oh, I'm delighted that you've taken an interest in this village history. I believe there are some old documents in the storehouse if you'd like to know more. You're welcome to take a look at them. Really? That'd be great. Thanks a lot. The village elder guides Vane and Siegfried to a shed on the edge of the village that serves as a storehouse, instructing them to call if they need anything. The elder leaves the pair to their business and heads back alone. It's strange. Siegfried suddenly mutters to himself, breaking his long silence. Huh? What is? Why do you think the former king of Fiendwreck was so determined to reclaim this place? Well, wasn't it for the sake of the people who lost their homes to those monsters? Yes, if you only consider the reason. It doesn't seem strange in the least. But why this land? Vane merely blinks his eyes in confusion at Siegfried's question. Oh no, what do you mean? If you're hungry, then try and get some noms. Vane, Have you ever read the reports stored in the Order's archives regarding past large-scale operations? Reports? I guess a few? See. I mean, even if you only count the most recent reports, there's still so many of them. It'd be impossible to read every single one. Yes, I understand how you feel. I had a hard time at first too, so I can see how you wouldn't be able to grasp everything. Still, those reports contain a lot of information like combat records, and combat records that aren't available to the general public. Understanding past battles will help you protect what's important in the here and now. I suggest you read them if you get the chance. Yes, sir. Well, enough about that. You see, there's a reason I asked about those reports. As far as I can remember, there are very few cases of land being reclaimed after it was abandoned due to monsters. Wait, really? But knights get dispatched to villages and towns that were attacked by monster swarms all the time, don't they? I'm gonna have pudding. Oh no! Ooh, yeah. You leave something in the fridge for one day and then the next day it's like covered in mold. I don't like when that happens. That's only for the purpose of protecting and assisting the residents. The land itself was technically only recovered and restored when it was previously invaded and controlled by another country. There have been other instances of regions being rebuilt after they were destroyed by monsters and discarded by their inhabitants. But aside from a few special cases involving the royal family, restoration efforts were limited to key areas related to production and trade. As long as monsters continue to roam the land, there has to be some system of prioritization in place, or the fighting will never end. Does that mean the land of Benwick was important to Fiendrak somehow? Oh? Wait. If that's the case, then it should still be important. But I've never heard of any knights being stationed in this area. That's precisely what makes it strange. Why was it necessary to reclaim this place from the monsters and rebuild it? And considering the presence of dragons I sense throughout the land, I feel there may very well be an unknown secret hidden here. Faced with ominous prospect, Vane is rendered utterly speechless. Oh, chapter 2. Okay, I'm gonna take a bit of a vocal break. Shadows at sundown. Oh. A distant dawn, burning daylight, shadows at sundown. Huh. Are we gonna make it to the end of the day? I don't know. Let's BRB.
Okay. I think that should be enough. Just breathe in and take it in easy. Chapter 3. Shadows at Sundown. As Vane and Siegfried are closing in on the secrets hidden within Nimue village, across the river, Lancelot catches the crew up to speed about his own findings.
Are skeletons down there?
Yes. They were very spooky and scary. I found a few other items resembling research equipment, but nothing that shone any light on what the facility was used for. Ooh. But judging from the remains and scales left in the dungeon, I'm fairly certain it's related to those people transforming into dragons.
Yeah, makes sense. Meanwhile, he came up totally empty-handed. We searched every nook and cranny of this village, but we didn't find anybody or anything fishy.
I see.
Turns out there wasn't anything useful here either, above ground or below. So, what now?
Well, for now, let's head back to Nimue and reconvene with Vane and Siegfried. Maybe they've made some headway in the village.
Sounds good. Then, let's get going.
Right. The monsters will become more active as the sun sets. So hopefully we can arrive before then. The moment he turns to leave, Lancelot suddenly senses a presence behind him and immediately spins back around. Who goes there? Show yourself! No. There's a bunch. Heeding Lancelot's call, a group of people clad in identical cloaks emerge from a nearby clump of bushes.
Those cloaks. He must be buddies with that guy we bumped into earlier.
Okay, yeah, in hindsight, he probably left to go get reinforcements.
The captain of the White Dragons, joined by a child with a small dragon and blue-haired girl in tow. Just as the report stated. Allow me to ask, have you seen what lies hidden beneath this village?
Connect that city somehow. Seeing Lancelot's hardened expression, the woman flings her arms wide and looks to the heavens, a broad smile on her face.
Listen well, my ill-informed friends. We have but one objective, and that is
Revolution. Sorry. What?
You know nothing. You see nothing. You're no more than miserable, ignorant fools. But we know everything. We remember everything. Therefore, we must reclaim it. Our pride, our existence. Your sin shall be brought to light once more.
What are you talking about? His question appears to fall on deaf ears as the woman simply twirls around, stretching out her words in a sing-song voice.
At last. At long last. Finally, the moment we've awaited has arrived. Sir Knight Captain, I'm afraid I can't have you returning to that village now.
So... The woman comes to a sudden stop and then extends one palm toward the sky. Seeing the magic circle that appears above her palm, Lancelot's eyes widen. Captain, ready your weapon!
My brethren, you must keep them away from the village at any costs. All is for the sake of our greatest wish.
Cultist! Dragon cultist! Oh no! Curses. What they say is true, and Nimue is in danger. Captain, let's make quick work of them and get back to the village. I have a terrible feeling about all this.
Please, let everyone be alright. Suppressing a growing sense of panic, Lancelot joins the captain in confronting the attacking dragons. Yeah, we're not imagining them anymore. They're real. Take a look around you, imagine dragons. Is everyone alright? Having downed the last remaining dragon, Lancelot attempts to steady his breathing as he turns to the others.
Yeah, we're okay. What about you, Lancelot?
I'm fine. It wasn't exactly an easy task dealing with so many of them, unsurprisingly. As he sheathes his blades, Lancelot glances around at the surrounding dragons lying motionless on the ground. Spotting the unconspicuously large dragon form of the woman leader of the group, he takes a step forward. Oh, okay. You can still move?
Seems like my captain isn't merely for show.
The dragon attempts to heave itself up again, but with no energy left to even stand, it immediately collapses back to the ground. Suddenly, its body is enveloped in a pale light. It's gonna blow! It's a bomb! Run away! Oh. Regrettable. It seems our end has come. But, I thought when someone transformed completely into a dragon, it was permanent. What an odd thing to say. People turn into dragons, and dragons into people. The direction matters not. Didn't Merlin teach you that spell? Once a person transforms fully into a dragon, they'll never return to their original form. Not even with the power of the miracle elixir Alma. Indeed, I witnessed a man who became a dragon just like you all. But even Alma couldn't reverse the change. And he passed away still in his dragon form. And yet, you all are capable of reverting completely on your own. Who in the skies are you people? Oh, fools, truly know nothing. At this point, it would be fair to say I pity you. What? The woman raises her eyes to the sky as if signaling the end of the conversation. We have fulfilled our duty. Our brethren have awakened to impose proper punishment upon this land. Yes, we will finally be rewarded. Our era begins now. Gleeful laughter resounds through the area before ceasing abruptly as though a thread has been snapped. Carefully approaching the now silent woman, Lancelot confirms that she has breathed her last and lowers his gaze to the ground. Oh, Lancelot, look forward. Last. In the end, I wasn't able to elicit a single answer from her. Let's be on our way. If what she said is true, then something must be happening in Nimue.
Yeah. I'm worried about everyone back in the village.
Well, we've established one thing. They're a cult, and they're not gonna talk, which means... yeah, they're gonna try and kill us. Likewise. We should hurry before it's too late. Their hearts gripped by fear, the captain and the crew hasten back to Nimue village. Keeping their battles with attacking monsters to a minimum, they focus all their efforts on reaching the village as soon as possible. Okay, we're picking up. I like this momentum. Whoa! That was a dragon's roar! The village is in danger. We have to hurry! Mother, Father, please be safe. As the captain and company approach the village at last, the roars of dragons echo around them. With a growing sense of foreboding, they quicken their pace to discover a grim scene awaiting them.
Oh god, we were gone for like 5 seconds!
No! Nimue village lies engulfed in crimson flames, dragons swarming the skies overhead.
Vayne, Siegfried, where are you?
Oh, they're in the shed. Dang. Wait, just before the crew's encounter with the cloaked woman, Siegfried and Vayne search the village storeroom back in Nimue. Finally done. Tossing the book in his hand aside,
Vayne flops down on the floor and turns his head to the far side of the room.
Sorry, Siegfried. You finished looking through all the documents, but I didn't really come across anything useful. There are a few things that stuck out as suspicious, but I heard about basically all of them from the Elder already. I see. Yeesh. I can't remember the last time I read so many books at once. My eyes are burning. Yeah, well, at least you have eyes. I'm sorry for making you look into all that alone, Vayne. Sorry. I'd read them myself if I could. No worries. I'm always on the receiving end of your help, so it's only fair. With a good-natured grin, Vayne heaves himself up, using only his abs and surveys books God around him. Why did you have to clarify that? But you're right. There's something fishy about all this. Yes. I think some important accounts have been unintentionally excluded from these documents. Perhaps there's no meaning to all these materials in the first place. Yeah. If our suspicion that they're operating is true, then they wouldn't have left these documents around. No meaning? If everything here was simply manufactured in order to conceal the truth. Yeah. Siegfried suddenly lifts his head up in alarm. Siegfried? His presence. Don't tell me. Understanding what those words must mean, Vayne rushes out of the shed with Siegfried. Oh no. At that moment... Whoa! What's happening? They're here. A bright flash of light illuminates the skies, followed by a deafening tremor so violent that Vayne instinctively closes his eyes. Hearing the screams of the villagers, he snaps open his eyes only to be stunned by the horrific scene unfolding before him. Our village? But why? Standing dumbstruck, Vayne's eyes scan the area to see a massive crater in the ground and numerous collapsed houses. No! Recognizing that Vayne is frozen up, Siegfried grabs his shoulders to bring him back to his senses. Vayne, pull yourself together. What is it that you should be doing right now? Right. I've got to save the villagers! Suddenly, Vayne notices an enormous shadow out of the corner of his eye. Realizing that something is peeking out from the depths of the gouged out earth beneath them, he turns to get a better look and freezes in shock. What the? Siegfried. It's a dragon. There are dragons sealed beneath the village. So that's why I sensed their presence throughout the area. Just then, Vayne spots a figure descending from the sky and immediately stands to protect Siegfried. Who are you? Oh, yeah, who are you? Alighting at the edge of the pit, the man senses Siegfried's gaze and slowly raises his head. I thought I sensed the presence of Fafnir. So, it was you. To think you're still alive after breaking the dragon's oath. That voice. You're the man from that remote village. You remembered. And your companion there. Shifting his focus, the man clicks his tongue in annoyance upon spotting Vane's armor. Ah, yes. How could I have forgotten? This village is home not to only the current captain, but the vice captain as well. You... So you're the one behind this! Dare you wreck our village! What is it you're after? You must have some sort of reason for hurting all these innocent people. Out with it! Paying no heed to Vane's shouts, the man silently turns his gaze upon the gaping hole beside him. The sins of Fiendrak. What are you talking about? You don't understand, Vice Captain. No, but the Dragon Slayer seems to have an inkling. What is it you know? Everything. We are wise to all the sins that this country has committed. One of them is sealed within this land, a symbol of the most grievous sin of all. A symbol of sin? You mean these dragons? Precisely. They are the victims of the sins once committed by Fiendrak. Deprived of even death due to the ego of a hypocrite, they were sealed in frigid ice in the dark, narrow ground. For tens and hundreds of years they remained, all the while suffering endless nightmares. Speaking in a sorrowful voice, the man slowly raises his head to gaze at Vane and Siegfried. His eyes burn with deep hatred and anger. Thus, we have decided to free them from their bonds and take everything back. The history that was stolen from us. The proof that we lived. Suddenly, an enormous magic circle materializes over the nearby pit. Not on my watch! Knowing instinctively that the man must not be allowed to activate the spell, Vane launches himself forward. However, don't... Oh, Master Meleagant! I won't let you interfere! Uncle Miles? So it's true. You really are our enemy. Step aside, Uncle Miles. If you get in my way, you'll leave me no choice. Hey, what's up, Sithis? How you doing? Hope your time's not treating you well. Vane points his halberd at Miles, and he suddenly hears footsteps approaching. Enjoy past keywords. Oh no! Into war. Oh wow, nice. Yeah. My crew did pretty decently, I think. We couldn't get the Eternity Sand, so that was unfortunate. But oh well, there's always next time. Uncle Bon? Vane falls speechless at the sight of the unexpected visitor striding towards them. Hello, Vane. Uncle Bon, it's not safe here. Hurry and escape with Auntie Elaine. Elaine! Can I ask you to lower your weapon first? What are you talking about? No, they smashed up our village! If I don't stop them, they'll just keep attacking more people and more villages! I know that.
That's why I'm here.
Crewmate in top. 2,500. Nice. Honors. During prelim session. Wow, nice. Van's tone is cold as he speaks, seemingly oblivious to Vane's pleas. Some things are simply non-negotiable. I don't expect you to understand. Just then, a massive magic circle appears beneath the feet of Ban and Miles.
Vane, get ready. They're coming. For the sake of our dearest desire, we can't allow you to meddle in this man's affairs, even if it means we have to use force.
Wait, so if he's, like, Lancelot's dad, does that mean Lancelot is, like, part dragon? The magic circle emits a brilliant glow, sending a violent gale swirling through the area.
Vane!
Oh, twin-headed dragon! Ow!
His presence is on a completely different level from the others.
Sensing great power emanating from the dragon, Siegfried turns his attention to Vane. His voice trembling slightly, Vane bites his lip in frustration as he glares at the dragon before him.
Why, Uncle Ban? I can't believe you're our enemy of all people!
The two-headed dragon merely stares silently down at him in reply. Miles, Ban, have my thanks. The man known as Maleagant raises his hand, and the circle above the hole takes on a pale glow.
Foolish knights of the current age, allow me to enlighten you.
Maleagant.
My name is Maleagant. I am the heir and guardian of all traces of the past that have been etched into this island since ancient times. The time has come for you to face the sins that you have for so long refused to acknowledge.
At that moment, the magic circle gleams brightly, causing the ice sealing the dragons to crack open with a deafening sound. Roar. Countless forms soar out from the crevice, their roars causing the very earth to tremble.
There's nothing to bind you any longer. Let us go forth together and create a new future for ourselves. You're not getting away!
As Maleagant leaps into a dragon to make his escape, Siegfried takes off after him. But hearing a sudden rush of wind, Siegfried's hand flies to the hilt of his sword. Okay.
I don't think so. Damn it!
Realizing that Maleagant's presence has already grown distant, Siegfried repels the dragon's claws and leaps backward.
Vane, you need to compose yourself. If we let this dragon continue its rampage, the remaining villagers will be in danger.
I know.
I'm a knight. I have to protect the people of this village. And that's why I'm going to stop Uncle Ban and Miles, to make sure they don't hurt anybody else.
Tightening his grip on his halberd, Vane glares at the two-headed dragon once more. Above their heads, the roars of the newly freed dragons resound far and wide. 13 coming? Maybe. I feel like we are gonna get a Dragon Knight Grand. Maybe Siegfried? I don't know how this event is gonna play out.
No spoilers, please.
Because, like, Vane got his 5-star uncap like a few years ago. Meanwhile, Siegfried merely got an alt.
And that was like last year. Are you alright? Lancelot! Oh, thanks, you saved me! We'll draw the attention of the dragons. You and the other villagers need to evacuate as quickly as possible. Dragons soar through the village in untold numbers amidst crumbling, burning homes and the ruptured ground beneath, while providing cover for the fleeing residents along the way. Lancelot and the captain proceed deeper into the village.
What the heck happened here? I don't see Siegfried or Vayne anywhere. I hope they're both okay.
You're gonna have yet to get their brains. Yeah, Aglovale has yet to get a 5-star uncap, if I'm not mistaken. Part of the Dragon Knights. Yeah, well, yeah, I guess he counts. They may be having difficulty evacuating the residents with so many dragons to contend with. Not to mention, Siegfried isn't exactly at his best right now. At least we know Vayne should be with him. Oh. That moment, a woman's scream echoes from the rear of a nearby collapsing building, prompting Lancelot to stop dead in his tracks. That voice. Mother! Protect! Don't touch her! Just as the dragon gears up to strike, a pair of gleaming blades slice through its body. Mother! Lancelot, you came. Mother, are you alright? Where's father? Noticing that his mother is crouched over a figure on the ground, Lancelot moves to get a closer look and gasps. Oh. Aunt Adele, you're injured. At Lancelot's voice, Adele's eyes flutter open and struggle to focus on his concerned face. Lancelot? It's me, Aunt Adele. Here, let me see to your wounds. I'm fine. But Miles, he... A strange man in a cloak showed up at our door and took him away. Cloak. It can't be! An image of the cloaked assailants from the abandoned village flashes into Lancelot's mind. Understanding that this had been their objective all along, he berates himself inwardly. Don't worry, Aunt Adele. We'll find Uncle Miles. Please, Lancelot. You have to save him. No. Okay, as Adele loses consciousness, Elaine looks up at Lancelot with a grave look on her face. Lancelot, you must know. Your father went after those cloaked people to save Miles. Bullshit. No, he's lying. What? No one's seen Vayne or Siegfried since they said they were going to visit the village elder. Elaine breaks off, her expression resolute. Lancelot, Captain, Vayne, and Lyria too. You all should go help Miles and Bon, and the others who couldn't make it out in time. Adele will pull through. I'll make sure to get her to a safe place. What? It's too dangerous to send you alone. What if the dragons attack again? The dragons came from deep within the village. I'd imagine there are more in that direction. I'll be okay. Trust me. You all hurry and help everyone else. But... I am your mother, you know. I can manage a simple escape.
Welcome back, Burst. Thank you for the hydrate. How you doing? Hope your time zone's treating you well. Also, perfect timing, too. Because we're about to fight some dragons. Lancelot, it's your duty to save the people of Fiendrak, yes? So don't waste your time fretting over us. And go on and tend to your job. To the Binding of Isaac. I've heard a lot about that game, never actually played it before. I should look into it, maybe. Hearing his mother urge him gently in her usual spirited tone, Lancelot comes to a decision. Yeah, hope you're having fun, Bruce. Alright. But please, be careful. You took the words right out of my mouth. Take care, everyone. Game? As Lancelot turns head deeper into the village, he feels a hand grab his arm from behind. Mother? If... and... this is just speculation, mind you. But if your father and Miles are involved in something dangerous, make sure you stop them. Of course. I'll save them, no matter what it takes. You have my word. Alright. I'm counting on you, Lancelot. Saying a final farewell to Elaine, the captain and company resume their trek into the heart of the village.
Oh, not again!
We don't have time to deal with you lot. Out of the way! Evading the advancing dragon swarm, the captain and company continue onwards, searching their surroundings for any straggling villagers along the way. Oh, Vayne.
That was Vayne's voice just now.
It came from... over there.
Alrighty.
Can't you see what you're doing is wrong?
This is pretty rough.
Vayne! Siegfried!
Lancy! And Captain 2! You're here!
The captain and company arrive in the center of the village to find Vayne facing off against a two-headed dragon. Spotting a figure curled up beside it in agony, the captain rushes over.
Siegfried! You're looking even worse for wear than before. Was it that dragon?
Pirates. It's you, huh? Not to worry. There's nothing I can't handle. Taking in Siegfried's labored breathing in his trembling hands as he attempts to support himself, Lancelot clenches his blades. Captain, take Siegfried away from here, and do what you can to protect the villagers. Vayne and I will handle this. Nodding at Lancelot, the captain and the crew leave with Siegfried in tow. So this is the dragon in the shamble of the village. You crossed the line attacking our home. Are you prepared to face justice? With a furious shout, Lancelot readies his weapons to slash at the two-headed dragons, when suddenly... Wait! Vayne, what are you doing? Heard you got your energy drink. Yeah, you got something different this time. Gripping Lancelot's arm to halt his attack, Vayne casts his eyes downward. That dragon. It's Miles. It's Uncle Miles. And Uncle Bon. What? It's the honest truth.
They turned into a dragon right before our eyes. I didn't want to believe it either. But it's true. It's like, no, you're good. I get it. Lancelot stares at the two-headed dragon with an expression of incredulity. As though saying into his mind, one of the dragon's heads begins to speak. Okay. Lancelot. Ah, you've come. How regrettable. How truly regrettable. That voice. Father? Why are you doing this, Father? Were you deceiving us all this time? Me, Thane, Mother, Aunt Adele, and the rest of the villagers too. There was no deception involved. Miles firmly denies Lancelot's words. We truly love this village. I care deeply about the two of you, and Adele as well. Then why? We've dreamed of this for many a moon. It is the wish we all share, passed down over tens and hundreds of years. As long as Fiendrak remained. As long as Fiendrak remained Fiendrak, this battle was inevitable. I'm aware that this country has a dark past. You see, I suppose you'd have to be as the captain of White Dragons. Is that why dragons are attacking villages and injuring civilians throughout the country? So, then tell me, what exactly are the crimes that Fiendrak committed? And what is your goal in all this? As it is now, we know nothing. Nothing about Fiendrak's actions, or why any of this is happening. But if we can understand the truth, there might be a way to resolve this without anyone else getting hurt. So please. After taking in Lancelot's words, the dragon shakes one of its heads back and forth lightly. Lancelot, I had hoped it wouldn't come to this. I never wanted to fight you either. But I told you, didn't I, that this wish of ours has been passed down over hundreds of years. There was an opportunity for reconciliation in the past, but Fiendrak refused, choosing instead to conceal the truth. Your words of loyalty to your country won't reach my brethren who have been betrayed by the same utterances time and time again. So I will fight to protect them, just as you are knights who protect your people. We are soldiers who protect our compatriots. I have no idea what you and Uncle Miles are talking about. But even so, is that wish of yours really worth hurting all the precious people in your life over? You loved them, didn't you? Auntie Elaine and Auntie Adele. Damn. Oh, I'm getting hit in the feels. As Bon and Miles lower their heads in silence, Lancelot quietly points the tips of his blades in the dragon's direction. Lancy? Vayne. There are enemies. Enemies who wish to harm the inhabitants of Nimue Village, and the people of this country. Uncle Miles, Father, I'd prefer you to surrender peacefully, but you're not going to do that, are you? No, we're not. Then, in the name of the Order of the White Dragons, I will do everything in my power to put an end to your plot. And after prying the truth from your lips,
I'll take the circumstances that led you to make this decision and make them right. As a knight who has sworn allegiance to his country, and as your son. Lancelot stands unwavering, his eyes filled with conviction. Sensing this, Vaughn and Miles quietly raise their heads once more. If only you two would never set your sights on becoming knights. Why don't you become doctors like I wanted you to? But I suppose there's no point in thinking that now. You two will undoubtedly stand with our cause. As such, we have no choice but to do away with you here and now. We will not be defeated. I'll put a stop to your heinous deeds before you commit any further atrocities. Vane. Lancelot. Then you shall suffer retribution for your sins. Foolish children of the wicked Fiendrak. As a furious roar pierces the skies, Lancelot leaps into the air with the two-headed dragon. No, we're fighting. It didn't have to be this way. As captain of the Order of the White Dragons, and as your son, I'll stop you no matter the cost. Then I invite you to do your worst. Those flames are tremendous. We need to end this before they engulf the entire village. I'm gonna stop to the dragon's rampage. Why is he singed? Please, enough is enough! I thought you both loved this village, and Auntie Elaine, and Auntie Adele too! Vane, you have to pull yourself together. You're an enemy to all citizens of Fiendrak, even us. I know that, but still. As we said, the time for reconciliation has passed. We have nothing to discuss with knights of this foul country. It seems they won't be going down so easily. But we too must fulfill our duty as protectors. Shot. I mean, it's earth element, so maybe the Grand is gonna be wind. So maybe Vane? Genuinely trying to eliminate us. In that case, I have no choice but to cast away all doubts. So, this is the might of the Captain of the White Dragons. Knights of Fiendrak, know now the suffering of our brethren. You okay, Lancey? Lancelot, Vane, we won't allow you to hinder the ancient wish passed down through our brethren. They're not backing down. At this rate, we'll all fall together. Nobody will be saved. There's no time to keep dragging my feet. I have to fight. To save them, too. How are you still standing? I can tell you two are serious, so I'll pour everything I've got into stopping you. Move eruption, soul eruption. Vane, are you ready? You bet. I'll follow your lead, Lancey. Not yet. moment I breathe my last.
Please, you have to stop. We keep fighting like this. Father. Their cries echo through the skies of Fiendrak. Oh, morning under the moon. Yeah, we're gonna be doing a morning, right? Morning till morning. Chapter 4. Morning under the moon. Let me play Among Us. Bon. Uncle Miles. Please stop. Don't you get it? There's no reason for you to fight us anymore. It's too late to turn back now. The path we've chosen has only two options. Kill or be killed. Prepare yourselves, Lancelot and Vane. This battle isn't over just yet. Why are you doing this? We'd already made up our minds the day you boys committed yourselves to becoming knights. We knew we would either die by your hands or kill you with ours. One of these outcomes would always be inevitable. Look around you, boys. Look at the state of this village. Make no mistake. We're the ones who caused this. As knights, as protector of your kingdom, we're now your enemies. So what if you are? It doesn't mean you have to die! Any criminal can make amends for their crimes and start over. That includes you two! Father, Uncle Miles, please! It's not too late to stop. Please! I beg you! Don't do this! Father! Damn it. There's gotta be another way we can convince them. Bro. Hey, those dragons look different from the others. Come on, quickly. We can hide over there. Oh no.
Get away, monsters!
Just then, Elaine and a few children run out from the shadow of a building near collapse with a dragon giving chase behind them. Mother! Sorry. Damn, they won't make it in time! In a flash, the two-headed dragon swoops in to protect Elaine and the children. One of the heads turns to the dragon in pursuit and looses a ball of fire. Engulfed in flames, the beast flails wildly before plummeting straight down onto the crumbling building. Uncle Bon! Vane, now's our chance to help her. Right. Elaine and the children lie on the ground, having fainted out of pure fear. Lancelot and Vane rush to rescue them as the two-headed dragon watches on. I just... Bon! I knew it. Miles, I'm sorry. Don't be. I'm equally at fault for not stopping you. Somewhere in my heart, I'm sure I feel the same as you. Vane sees Miles express sympathy towards Bond's feelings of guilt and sighs in relief. Oh, thank goodness. Looks like they've had a change of heart. I don't know, we can't really say for sure. They're at least thinking now. Father, Uncle Miles. As Lancelot and Vane advance, the two-headed dragon hurls a ball of fire at their feet, opening a large hole in the ground. After the blasts, they open their eyes and look across the gap. They catch a glimpse of the two shadows standing in front of a burning building. Father! Uncle Miles! It's dangerous over there! Come to us! We can't. Oh no! Wait! Oh no, is this the dragon's curse or whatever? Oath? Ah! Why not? You're knights. You should know why better than anyone. To us, that dragon was one of the very people you swore to protect. Oh no! What do you... Not only have I betrayed the people of this village, but I've also hurt my own kind. Our brethren would likely hold me accountable, but I know for a fact he would forgive me. Me and Miles both. But I would never be able to forgive myself. In the end, seems neither of us can make the choice. We can't bring ourselves to abandon our brethren, or the people of this village. People can think of us as deserters, that's fine. But if living means having to lose something we cherish, then we choose death. Oh my god! With those words, Bon and Miles, unflinching and undaunted, step into the crumbling building. Lancia! We have to do something! They'll get crushed in there! Dang it. No. They're too far away. Even if we made it to them in time, we'd just be risking our lives. Lancelot! There's nothing we can do! I want to help them. I do! They have something they want to protect. That's why they're in so much pain. But we don't have any idea of what that thing could be. We can't even try to understand them because we know nothing. How can we expect to change their minds if we don't know anything? So you're just gonna give up? Is that it? Then I'll just go stay them myself. Vane! Vane, I don't want to lose you too. Please, don't go. Ow, what the fuck? What do you suppose we do then? From inside the blazing building, a pair of serene voices speak out. I can't hear. This is our penance. The only amends we can offer for deceiving the village and betraying our brethren. Lancelot, my son. I'm sorry for being a lousy father. I know it's a little late for me to ask this of you, but take care of Elaine for me, alright? I will. And one more thing. Promise, you'll never become like me, Lancelot. Follow your own path. Follow what you believe in. And protect those you yourself have sworn to protect. I promise. Lancelot, Vane, in your hands, this kingdom can yet be saved. Father. Heavily weakened by the blaze, the building finally crumbles, covering Miles and Bon in the rubble. The young knights call out to them, but to no avail. Just then, Lancelot hears a familiar voice in the distance. Oh, hey, you're here. Great, I needed someone to yell at. Damn it, it's not working. Hey, you two. Are you alright? Percival? What are you... Percival approaches Lancelot in vain. Sudden appearance shocking them both. At ease, you two. Me and some soldiers from Wales have taken care of the dragons that were left in the village. Now we're working on providing aid to those who are injured. That's good. He has eye bags! No! Oh, he's not gonna recover from this, is he? Okay. Hey, Lancelot, stay with me. Lancia, As a sense of relief washes over Lancelot, he drifts out of consciousness. That was only part 1? Are you kidding me? There's more of this? Fuck. Ah. Father! You're awake. What did you just call me? Percival? Where am I? The people in the village. Are they okay? Of course they are. You do realize who you're talking to, don't you? I took the initiative to escort everyone, including you, to this nearby town. At least here, the injured will get the medical attention they need. In any case, it wouldn't have been safe to keep you all there with the village walls destroyed. My boy! Oh, he's going through it. Oh, right. Thank you, Percival. If you don't mind me asking, what were you doing in Nimue during the attack? Shut up, motorcycle! Well, during our investigation into Albanorum, he observed some odd activity going on between their soldiers and a flight of dragons. We managed to find out where they were heading for Nimue village, so I came as reinforcements. I plan on putting the soldiers from Wales on guard duty to keep an eye on the border, and to look out for anyone returning to Nimue. Would that be a problem? Oh. No, not at all. I appreciate your diligence. Okay. So the Grand might definitely be Siegfried or Vane, because someone needs to help Lancelot cope. Please, let my boy rest. No appreciation necessary. Just focus on getting well. Thanks to you, I'm feeling better already. You need a hug. Yes, let me hug him. Don't be ridiculous. Do you have any idea how dreadful you look right now? Okay, they didn't give him eye bags on all his portraits, so it flip-flops between being tired and being normal. Lancelot! Hey, is everyone stop showing me a close-up of this portrait, damn you! It's gonna make me cry! We're fine thanks to your efforts. Here, have a hug. With some help from the captain and the crew, we were able to ride out the chaos. Look, and Siegfried's still blind. How are you feeling? No worse for the wear. What about you, Siegfried? Save for my existing afflictions, I'm doing fine. Dang, Siegfried's really handling this so well. That's good to hear. A brief silence befalls the room. Siegfried takes it upon himself to break it. I heard you had a tough fight. I did. Though I've never had the displeasure of battling a relative, I do know what it's like to have someone you trust turn on you. I can't speak for what's in your heart, but I think it would be best for you to just rest for now. I will. Thank you. After a brief moment, Lancelot continues, deliberately choosing his words, as if he were validating his feelings with each syllable. A thought came to me during the confrontation with my father and Uncle Miles. When a loved one does something wrong, only a loved one can stop them. But I didn't. What's worse is it was my inaction that drove them to make such a terrible, painful decision. There was an opportunity to reach out to them. It might have been a path to some kind of peace or understanding. But my father and Uncle Miles chose death instead. I'm sure they had their own compelling reasons for making that choice. The source of their anger and what they sought to accomplish is still a mystery to me. The fact that they were carrying such a heavy burden is something I've only just learned. But now that I know, I can no longer turn a blind eye. I will uncover what secret Fiendrak is hiding, and ascertain the truth about this incident. I think the wrongs of this kingdom are grave enough to bear men like my father and Uncle Miles. It's my duty to set things right. We must do this for the betterment of Fiendrak, to ensure no one else ever has to suffer as they did. And I will not stop until I find answers. No matter what comes my way, I will march on. That is the promise I made to my father.
Ah, he's got tears in his eyes.
I see.
No, you don't. Sorry. If that is your justice... That was terrible.
If that is your justice, then you best hold tight to it as your journey forward. I will. By the way, have you seen Vane? I think he was making something for you to eat.
Ah, thank the skies you're awake, Lancy. I am.
But what about you, Vane? Are you alright?
You betcha. It takes a lot to bring a brick wall like me down. But never mind me. Look, Lancy, I cooked up this dish packed with nutrients just for you. Come on, guys. Let's all dig in. Woohoo! Yay!
The captain and the crew accept Vane's cheerful invitation and indulge in his delicious cooking. As night falls and everyone turns in for the evening, a shadow trembles alone in the watchtower. Can't believe Uncle Bon and Uncle Miles. Ah, if it isn't the mongrel, what are you doing here? Percy! What does it look like I'm doing? I'm on guard duty. With Lancey and Siegfried out of service, it only makes sense to put the healthiest guy on lookout, you know? Whatever you say. I'm taking over. You go rest. What's that? Did you see me? See you? See you what? Crying? So, you did. Indeed. Lancey's doing his best to keep his tears in. And I'm over here blubbering like a baby. Rain rubs at his teary eyes before continuing. His tone solemn. Lance's dad, Uncle Bon. He's like a father to me, too. And that's why I froze during our confrontation with them. I couldn't do anything. Lancey fought for the both of us back there, as I basically stood there still twiddling my thumbs. I'm not sure I could do what Lancey did. I don't think I could fight someone so close to me if they became my enemy. Someone close to you becoming an enemy? I imagine anyone would struggle with that. However, characterizing your inaction as not being able to do anything is no wrong, yes. Rather, you chose not to fight. Just as Lancelot has his beliefs, you have your own. You needn't have the same convictions as Lancelot. In fact, you did yourself far better service by remaining true to your own. Stay true to my own convictions, huh? It won't be easy, but it's worth giving a shot. And there's no correct way to do it, so try not to think too hard, lest you find yourself in another pickle. Come on now, get up. I'm taking over. You go get some rest. All right. Thank you, Percival. Yes, enough of that. Off with you now. Leaving Percival in the watchtower, Vane goes back to his room and lies down to sleep. But his active mind has other plans as a rush of thoughts keep him wide awake. Was there anything I could have done to save Uncle Bon and Uncle Miles? I can't do it. I can't bring myself to erase the relationships and memories I had with them just because they became our enemies. What could I have done? A difficult question with no definitive answers plagues Vane for the remainder of his restless night. After a night's rest, everyone gathers to appraise the current situation. First, there were the mysterious remains and traces of research facility at the abandoned village. Then the dragon sealed beneath Nimue, accompanied by the many puzzling elements regarding the history surrounding Nimue. There's no doubt, some dark secrets of Fiendrak lie dormant in this area. As they share their findings, their overall attitude shifts from doubt to certainty. Sorry. Maleagant, the mastermind behind these events. I remember him mentioning something. He's said the dragons that slept beneath Nimue were victims of Fiendrak's sins. But
Shut up, motorcycle!
Fiendrak's sins? The voice that bestowed upon me my blades and armor said something similar. You made contact with the voice when you went to investigate Camelot, correct? That's right. Perhaps they know more about these so-called sins. Let's try meeting with them. That's a great suggestion, Captain. I'm not sure if I can secure a meeting, but if talking to them could give us leads, I could try.
Right. We won't find any answers if we don't get moving. Yeah. And we'll help you look for clues, too.
Having decided their next course of action, the crew heads towards the town gate, where a familiar face greets them. Mother. You're all leaving, then. We are. I will do what I must to defend the kingdom, to protect our village, and to fulfill the promise I made to Father. I understand. Lancelot. Vane. You boys be careful out there. That goes for the rest of you as well. I will, Mother. Off we go.
See you again soon, Auntie Elaine.
After saying their goodbyes, the captain and the rest of the crew make for Camelot. Oh, still not over.
Wow. Hey, those are the blades and armor you got in Camelot?
Ah, there he is. So that means he just has 2 sets of armor. Yes. I assumed donning what the voice gave me would suit the occasion of meeting them. The crew arrives in Camelot in search of the mysterious being who granted Lancelot his equipment in hopes of learning about the supposed sins of Fiendrak. Okay, seems like we're in a brighter mood. Fuck! Alright. I believe this is the place. Advancing through beast-ridden, uncharted pathways, the crew journeyed deep into the woods. Upon reaching a quiet, rocky clearing, Lancelot stops. When I came to investigate Camelot, a mysterious voice and a beam of light led me to this very spot.
Doesn't seem like there's anyone around.
But there's something oddly comforting about this place. It feels peaceful, maybe even tranquil. As the captain and the crew survey their surroundings, fog begins to billow around their feet. The fog thickens and a faint light materializes, dimly outlining a solitary figure. Is this Echo? Or Echo? Huh? Lancelot, Vane, Percival, and you, Siegfried, receiver of Fafnir's blood. Hello. I sense an ominous shadow has fallen upon the kingdom of Fiendrak. Could that perhaps be the reason for your visit? Yes. Last I was here, you told me Fiendrak was a land with a dark past. So that we may resolve the troubles that now plague our people, we've come in search of the truth. Please tell us, what are the sins of Fiendrak? The sins of Fiendrak. Should they ever see the light of day, the kingdom would no longer be able to exist as you know it. And the consequences will not stop there. The kingdom and its people who kept these truths in the dark will be called to face their doom as well. With this in mind, I ask you, Lancelot, Vane, and Siegfried, do you as knights still swear fealty to a kingdom that has obscured its many sins, to a kingdom tainted with lies? The woman's voice is soft, but grave as she questions them, the weight of her inquiry unsettling in the air. I do. I became a knight to lead this kingdom towards righteousness, and to protect the people. My loyalty is to Findrak. The nature of the kingdom's sins will not change that. And should the kingdom be guilty of committing heinous acts, as a knight, I will face the truth and atone for them. With dignity and certitude, Lancelot declares his allegiance to the kingdom. From the beginning, I pledged to serve Findrak for as long as I live. No sin, no matter how grave, will unsettle my determination to see that oath through. Siegfried follows suit by quietly asserting his own unwavering purpose. It seems you two are resolute in your fealty. But what say you, Vane? Having listened to his friends give their answers, Vane's fingers curl into a tight fist as he gives his own. I don't know yet if I share the same level of resolve as Lancy and Siegfried. But what I do know is there are people I want to protect. The people of Findrak, my family, my friends, my comrades. And just like my comrades, I have pride in being a knight of Findrak too. That's something I'll never throw away. I see. And the woman acknowledges Vane's honesty with a gentle nod, then turns her gaze to Percival, who's been watching the events unfold in silence. Percival, I'm aware you've already undergone the trials of Cath Pulog. I have. Involving yourself in these affairs may very well invite flames upon Wales. Despite that... Wait! Oh, I forgot my filter. Oh, sorry, I wasn't majestic for a while. Despite that, are you prepared to bear witness to the truth along with the rest of these knights? What a foolish question. I myself was a knight who once pledged himself to this kingdom. With that pledge came an obligation. It is a knight's duty to fulfill his obligations, no matter the location of his current post. Furthermore, the troubles that beset Findrak are not theirs alone. As such, I see no reason to distance myself from the truth. For the safety of Wales, I too must know all there is to know. Very well. A befitting answer. The woman smiles before raising her arms to the sky and gathering light into her hands. The light coalesces, manifesting a palm-sized orb. Then, onto you, knights, I bequeath this. What is it? It is a jewel that contains a fragment of Fafnir's soul, the dragon severed from itself. In a word, it is Fafnir's ego versus id. This is Fafnir's ego. But why would you give it to us? I cannot tell you the sins of your kingdom. I am bound by a covenant I made with the former king of Findrak. In exchange for saving my life, I promised I would never speak of the kingdom's transgressions. But he didn't say anything about recording them, though. But Fafnir is under no such obligation. By turning into a beast, Fafnir was able to evade the pact, and thus become a bearer of history. Use the dragon jewel to awaken Fafnir, and request the truth you seek. As soon as the woman places the jewel into Lancelot's hand, she begins to fade into the light. Knights of Findrak, and travelers from another land, I beg you, save the kingdom, and all who call this island home. I am in on this story, bro. We're going all the way, even if it takes me 7 hours like the last one did. It probably won't, though, because we're already on, like, chapter 4. The woman makes one final plea before disappearing with the fog. With a dragon jewel in hand, the captain and the crew head for the Howling Valley. The Howling Valley. The Howling Valley. It's been a long while since I was last here. The crew stands before the slumbering Fafnir in the Howling Valley, anxious of what's to come. Wait! Are you saying he's been asleep here this entire time? Here it goes. He's just chilling, taking a nap? Lancelot approaches Fafnir and raises the dragon jewel towards the beast. Oh, does he have a voice? Wait, I think it's this one. This is a sensation I've not felt in ages. The first sound to come out of the dragon is not a roar, but a mild, resonant voice. Fafnir rises slowly, squinting down at the people below. Our memories are faint, but I think I remember some of you. Yeah, sorry, we kinda kicked your ass that one time. Don't worry. Clearly you're fine. Especially you, oh great dragon slayer. To you I owe a great debt, one I hope to someday repay. And which of these many debts could you be referring to? I wonder. Whoa. Fafnir can talk! Is it so strange for a dragon to use the words of man? What? Oh, no, not at all. It's just... No need to fret. For a long time, ours was an adversarial relationship. Absent communication. Your shock is warranted. Well, Knights of Findrak, I see an acquaintance of mine has entrusted you with the dragon jewel. I assume you are here because there is something you wish to know? That is correct. Fafnir, please tell us everything you know about our kingdom's hidden past, about the sins of Findrak. At Lancelot's sincere request, Fafnir takes a deep breath and turns to look off into the distance. Very well. I will tell you everything. The dark sins of Findrak, the deep sorrow of the mistreated, and the cyclical, never-ending history of man and conflict. Fafnir's presumable somber is hushed, and the crew falls silent to catch every word. And thus, the true dragon begins to unravel the mysteries and truths behind a long-hidden history. Okay, we're gonna dive into the lore later, but I'm gonna take a break. I gotta hydrate and stuff. So yeah, BRB.
Hi. I'm back, guys. Yeah. Had a little snack, and now I'm ready to continue. I'm eager to continue, especially. Yeah, because I've been having fun with the story. Anyways, let's get a lore drop from a dragon. Yeah. I also... Where are my gloves? I had gloves here. My fingers are cold. Oh, there they are. Ah. Oh, this is a good sign. That means things are finally cooling down. We're finally heading into fall weather, which I appreciate because I absolutely dread the summer heat. Anyways. Okay, he's speaking.
I must ask you, are you aware of Fiendrak's origins?
Yes. I believe the kingdom was formed during a war surrounding the ownership of Sylph some few hundred years ago. The forces of Fiendrak were victorious and claimed control over Sylph, leading to the creation of the kingdom we know today.
Correct. However, though the battle over Sylph had concluded,
The other kingdoms were not keen on simply surrendering.
only after an intervention by the primal cosmos was the conflict truly brought to an end. This series of events drove many to view Fiendrak as an adversary. As such, sparks of conflict continued to burn. Then, roughly 300 years ago, those sparks eroded into a calamitous war right on Fiendrak's doorstep.
Oh. The greatest war in Fiendrak's history, as it's documented in various records. If I recall, it was the first time Fiendrak was on the cusp of ceasing to exist. Indeed. And in that war, one particular group of people contributed greatly to the kingdom's victory, who were hailed as the saviors. They were known as the Valiant. Unfamiliar with the word, the crew collectively knit their brows. A bitter smile pulls at Fafnir's mouth as if expecting their puzzled reaction. I understand your confusion, but I know you've all seen the Valiant before. In that moment, they realize Fafnir is referring to the people that turned into dragons in Nimue and the abandoned village. I myself know nothing of their origins, or where they came from. But you see, the Valiant are both man and dragon. And with their immense power, they led the kingdom to victory. They were the heroes of Fiendrak. After a moment of pause, Fafnir lets out a deep, mournful sigh. But Fiendrak, the power of the Valiant on their side, so it fit to use them as tools of war to retaliate against other kingdoms. Kingdoms invaded by Fiendrak to capture the Valiant, sent them to battle to study them, and created enhanced soldiers of their own. Battles fought, lives lost. The next day was a more of the same. In those dreadful times, the island was defined by death.
battle begot battle, and the war begot war. People began to tire of the perpetual state of conflict with no end in sight. The only thing that brought an end to the eternal strife was the threat of something bigger. The ebon beast, destroyer of paradise, Megatherium. Forsaken child, born of the era's last called Amon, had manifested once again. The beast was eventually felled by the wielder of the holy blade Excalibur. However, though the threat was gone, peace continued to erode the island.
Huh? But didn't everyone come together to take down that monster?
They did. But having lost their common enemy, they turned their attentions back on each other and warred over the cause of the beast's awakening.
More war? Jeez. Folks back then never seemed to learn anything from their actions.
Understandably, nobody wanted to be the villain. Thus, everyone looked to lay the blame on one another. Man believed that foisting the responsibility of the beast's reemergence on someone else would restore true peace to the land. Grappling with an inconvenient truth, people sought to ascribe the root of the destructive malevolence to another source. Who is at fault? What caused this? Over these questions, yet another fresh conflict threatened to rear its ugly head. In this chaos, the wielder of Excalibur, the hero who sealed the beast away, was murdered by a valiant. And people at the time pointed to the man known to many as the forefather of Valiant, Maleagant, as the culprit. Maleagant? Ah, you know of him?
Who's the very guy? There's the very guy who's been terrorizing Fiendrak.
He's the one that destroyed our village. I see. It is clear the past still haunts him.
Murmuring in a voice tinged with empathy, Fafnir attempts to shift the conversation with an emphatic cough.
Well, it seems we have veered a bit off topic. Let me get us back on track. The murder of Excalibur's wielder did more than enough to diminish the status of the valiant. They swiftly turned from heroes of the kingdom to murderers of the island's savior. The blame for Megatherium's awakening too was thrust upon the valiant. In time, the opinion of the entire island turned against them. Like the beast, the valiant were mixed. Wait. Like the beast, the valiant were mixed, part human and part dragon, and the prevailing thought was that mixed beings brought the calamity to the island. It was quite shocking to learn that the murder was but a ploy orchestrated by the then king of Fiendrak. By sacrificing the reputation of the young family of Valiant, and presenting them as the evil, he prevented a new conflict from breaking out. Man was as capricious and self-serving then as he is now.
Fafnir lets out a quiet, exhausted sigh. I've just told you the lost history as I would have come to know it. Only the valiant would be privy to the entire truth. Now they have awakened. What was once shrouded in darkness will come to light. The day of the kingdom and its people to face their forgotten past is now upon us. The portent of impending reckoning is intensified by the deep sadness and pity that color Fafnir's eyes. Yeah, so what are we gonna do about it? It stirs at midnight. Chapter 5. It stirs at midnight. I don't know, is it a mouse? Having learned the long-hidden history of Findrak and the entire island, a heavy silence befalls the crew. Fafnir is the first to break it. You came seeking knowledge of a history unknown. Now, you have it. How you choose to face it is up to you. After handing the reins to the crew, Fafnir turns to look at Siegfried. But a warning for you, Siegfried. I suggest you refrain from engaging in any more conflicts with valiants. Why? My blood runs within you. As such, you will not be able to escape the repercussions of a sudden oath made. If you continue to engage with valiants, all but send yourself to early grave. The crew is taken aback by Fafnir's grave declaration.
Does this have anything to do with the curse they put on Siegfried?
That is not a curse, but a consequence of the oath. One I made long ago with the dragons who called Avalon home. I, as a true dragon, promised the flight of Avalon that I would never harm them. And should I ever break it, the claws and fangs and the flesh and blood of the dragons of Avalon become a poison that saps away at my life. I suspect the Avalon from an old family of dragons that lived on the island for many years, and are related to the dragons of Avalon. The province of your affliction is the result of my oath. My blood causes the sign to you. That explains why even some of my minor wounds have gotten worse.
Then, what about his eyes? The doctor said they weren't injured, but they seem to be the most affected.
That is likely because of the dragons of Avalon see the eye as one of the most crucial organs. To them, to lose one's eyes is to lose one's soul and power. I see. Fafnir, is there any way to get rid of this curse? As you may remember me saying, his affliction is not a curse. It is a consequence. He is simply paying the price for breaking an oath. There is no skirting that. Fafnir's gaze stops on Siegfried, scrutinizing him closely before giving him a small nod. I did not think it possible. But are you perhaps a descendant of the dragons of Avalon? I'd answer if I knew, but I know nothing of my own origins.
Difficult to tell if my blood is mixed with yours. I sense a faint trace of the Avalon flame in your body. That changes things. Could the rest of you leave us for a moment? I have something to discuss with the Dragon Slayer.
Puzzled by Fafnir's request, the crew waits until Siegfried nods in approval before giving the pair some space. Some time passes while Fafnir and Siegfried continue to converse. It's rather abstract. My apologies. We dragons run on instinct. Words are not our forte. Fafnir emits a low growl in response to Siegfried's vexation, appearing troubled. Fragments of the way she entrusted to you was reached to the dead. As my senses are gone, you'll find it terribly difficult to reseal me. Just do it now. Well, I'm still commendable. Are you two finished? I've told the Dragon Slayer what he should know. The rest is up to you. Remember, my nature may be that of a beast, but I am a true dragon who once swore to protect the people of Avalon. And though the paradise I once guarded is no more, I wish upon her no harm. She is Avalon. I understand. Lancelot accepts Fafnir's parting words and initiates the dragon sealing technique. Bye, Fafnir. Good night. Thank you, Fafnir. I will make sure the truth you have told us will never be buried in darkness again. His appreciation receives no response from Fafnir, who has already fallen back into a deep slumber. But though the true dragon is silent, it looks more at peace than ever before. Aww. Yeah, we got chapter 5 and then chapter 6 and the ending. Oh, God. So, Ban and Miles are gone. Regretfully, yes. Nothing but traitors to our cause. Who cares if they lost their senses? They turn fire on their own brethren. Anger fills the underground room as insult after insult are hurled at the now deceased Ban and Miles. Enough. I will hear no more talk disparaging either of them. But Maleagant! To Ban and Miles, we may have been comrades of the same cause, but we were not family bonded by blood. On their own, they carved out a place in that village where they could belong. They had families, friends, comrades of their own. I shouldn't have taken them in. They had already done the work to release themselves from their shackles. Ban and Miles atoned for their wrongs against us with their sacrifice. They've shown us penance. It's now our duty to acknowledge them, and hope they find peace in their eternal slumber. The Valiant falls silent while Maleagant speaks solemnly of their fallen brethren. For the rest of us, now is when the real fight begins. But I must make something abundantly clear before we set off. If you seek to gain victory through death, I implore you to escape and live on instead. Do whatever you must, The most important thing is for as many of you to survive as possible. Your wings give you the freedom to roam the skies. If you choose to leave this island, nobody will be able to stop you. If I may interject, Maleagant, long ago we all made a vow to walk the same path as comrades. Come what may, prepare to share your fate. And I appreciate your conviction, but should we all perish, so will our blood, and thus our people. If we live and carry on our lineage, the resolve of our brethren will endure, even in defeat. To that end, I ask you to think before needlessly throwing away your life. But I understand that you all have your own thoughts on the matter. Trust me when I say, I do not intend to lose the approaching battle. So join me, brethren. Fight with me. Together we will drag the truth of Findrak into the light of day, and take back everything that was stolen from us. In response to Maleagant's fervent call to action, the Valiant thrust their fist towards the sky and let out a triumphant roar. Oh no. Oh no. Now alone in the underground room, the sound of faint applause reaches Maleagant's ears. Who this? Well done, Maleagant. What a rousing speech. Morgan. My, that's an awful scowl. Is that how you're supposed to greet someone who's done so much for you? You could at least pretend to be happy to see me. That was quite amusing. I gather you were imitating him. Indeed. The king isn't the villain in your mind. Rather, it's him. Just shut up. Ooh, so scary. My bad. I promise not to tease you ever again. With a crooked smirk, Morgan closes in on Maleagant and speaks directly into his ear. So, what do you suppose this Knight Captain will do, huh? Will he come to slaughter his father's killers? Or hide them beneath the cold, dark earth, much like that benevolent man did so long ago? What do you think, Maleagant? Will this gallant Knight Captain tread the same path he did? Maleagant pulls Morgan's hand away from his cheek and pushes them off his back, staring needles at this irksome fairy. Our actions won't change, no matter what path they take. What an awful liar you are! No, I suppose it's in your blood. Your dragon ancestors were the war-hating types, after all. Oh, okay. Maybe that's why they were the first to go. Oof. Insult me all you like. I'll be damned if I let you speak of my ancestors that way. I don't care how much you've helped me. Oops. My apologies. I didn't mean to offend. Promise. Still, it's always been in your nature to reject conflict and instead seek peace. Just like your ancestors. The days of King Joseph are aside. Don't you think keeping a low profile will give you the opportunity to live your years in relative serenity? Why you choose to incite such a massive uproar is puzzling. You're all but casting your life into the gutter. You just don't get it, do you, Morgan?
If we don't correct these injustices, history will only repeat itself over and over again. Yes, our greatest wish is to live on, but there's no meaning in living in a world of deceit. We want to live like everyone else, free of deception and fear. A life of truth. That's all. We did our best to avoid conflict, to accept our fate. But ever since that fateful day, death has been an unjust constant in our lives throughout the ages. That is why I've chosen to fight. I will fight, struggle, and resist until we reclaim our place on this land, among the people, and in history. Wouldn't it be more honest to say you'll slaughter the people of Fiendrak to regain your place in the world? It wouldn't be because that's it. Oh. It wouldn't, because that isn't our intent. We won't debase ourselves by becoming murderers like they were. I swear upon the honor of all dragons in the Valiant, we will never take lives without purpose. How boring. And here I was hoping for something more fun. Morgan turns away in disinterest, causing their cloak to flutter. The fairy murmurs quickly before looking over their shoulder at Maleagant. Maleagant? You know, if there's one thing I hate, it's monotony. Make me laugh, be a disgrace, dance like a jester until the very end. Whatever you do, just don't bore me. Okay, so they're like androgynous? Non-binary? Cool. Yeah, I mean Morgan is a gender-neutral name, right? Those final words. Morgan vanishes into specks of light. That obscene fairy. Maleagant spits out his disgust as he gazes at the empty space where Morgan just was. Then he takes a deep breath. Words of encouragement are needed. Once I've taken to the stage, I will play my part to the very end. Muttering as if trying to convince himself, Maleagant exits the room, his visage etched with determination. Faye always causing trouble. Yeah, seems like it. But yeah, that was really fun to voice. I love that. A people who were once called heroes, then relegated to the dark depths of a long-forgotten history, have begun to stir. Yeah, I'm looking forward to when they show up again, if they ever do. They probably will. A few days have passed since the attack on Nimue village. Since then, dragon activity has intensified across the kingdom, stretching the nights thin as they scramble to respond to each situation from dusk till dawn. I also like how they just casually just throw a non-binary character out there. I mean, to be fair, that's kind of the right way to do it. Don't make a big deal about it. Like, yeah, these people exist, and we love them. In the midst of this wave of terror, the crew has an audience with the king. These demi people were valiant who once saved Fiendrak. Your report on them triggered one particular memory to come back to me.
Memory? Of what, Your Majesty?
Yes. What I'm about to tell you was likely not recorded in any official papers. It was something I heard from Yosef.
Prefacing his story with a detail. With this detail, King Carl takes a deep, slow breath before continuing.
I remember him mentioning that Fiendrak once sent soldiers to Hibergreif.
Oh, Hibergreif.
First I heard that. Likely because it was not done under any official capacity. It was an initiative Joseph decided to carry out on his own. I'm sure you're all aware of Hyperdrive and Fiendrak's long estranged relations. Well, Joseph considered Hyperdrive's past reliance on Fiendrak quite a grave matter. As such, he dispatched a small group of our forces to ascertain the kingdom's true motives, as well as the state of its affairs. Upon arriving, they apparently found soldiers of Albanorum at the border, which was surprising seeing as they were supposedly at odds with Hyperdrive. The report of this got back to Yosef, and he began to suspect the two kingdoms were colluding to bring out the fall of Fiendrak. That is why he refused to send them reinforcements. Precisely. However, there is one more reason why your story revived this memory. According to the sole survivor of the mission, soldiers from both kingdoms have the ability to transform into dragons. Is it possible they had valiants on their side as well? That is unsure. All we had was the testimony of a soldier, one who succumbed to his injuries shortly after returning. As it stands, we have no way of uncovering just how much of the truth my brother was privy to. So, that's why King Yosef abstained from sending reinforcements to Hyperdrive. I suppose it was soon after when the kingdom of Hyperdrive met its demise and fell under the control of Albanorum. It is impossible to know whether or not the Valiant were involved in those events. But what we do know is the Valiant pose a threat to Fiendrak now. Perhaps we should be focusing on how to deal with the present instead of bothering ourselves with the past. You are right, Percival. As if shifting gears, King Carl sighs and looks at the knights with determination. In regards to the issue of the Valiant, I would like it to be resolved with as little bloodshed as possible. Of course, for the people of Fiendrak, but for the Valiant as well. The king's resolution to protect both parties fills the room with tension. Expecting this reaction, the king further expounds on his request. It goes without saying, they vehemently oppose their decision to attack our people and assault our land. But they are victims of Fiendrak's past wrongs, and I sympathize with them. As king of Fiendrak, I will atone for the ills of the kingdom and pursue a path to world peace. Percival sighs at the king's heartfelt words. I am afraid your sincerity will do us no good, your majesty. No matter what your majesty may think, so long as the Valiant threaten Fiendrak, there'll be nothing but enemies in the eyes of the people in the kingdom. The citizenry would never accept attempts to reconcile with such a presence, and I expect the Valiant are of the same mind. Your Majesty, I think Percival is right. Even should some form of truce with the Valiant be achieved, the people of Fiendrak who lost their villages and towns would be loath to accept it. In fact, any agreement with the Valiant would more likely foster distrust in your Majesty than lead to any positive outcome. Yes, I am aware of that. That does not dispel the fact that the existence of the Valiant, as well as our history, should be made known to the public. It will be hard for them to grasp at first. I imagine few will believe it. But to consign our history to darkness once more would be a mistake. And I do not want to repeat the wrongs that Fiendrak of old was committed against them. Your Majesty.
Just as Lancelot begins to respond to King Carl's sorrowful appeal, Siegfried senses a dangerous presence. Dragons! Your Majesty! A series of explosions rock the room and bring everyone to their knees.
Apologies for intruding, sir. We received reports of dragons in the castle town.
They're in town? How could they have made it so far in already? This is awful. Many of our knights are busy dealing with other dragon attacks in different parts of the kingdom. There aren't enough here to defend the capital. The townsfolk are in grave danger. Everyone, I need your help to protect them. I'll stay here in the castle and keep watch. The rest of you head to town. Yeah. Keep the king and the castle safe, Siegfried. Entrusting Siegfried with the king's safety, the rest of the crew rushes out of the castle on a mission to save the town. One more segment and then one more chapter. Amidst the chaos, the captain and crew work on repelling the aggressive dragons while evacuating the townsfolk.
Remember, our top priority is to protect the people and get them to safety.
I'll cooperate with the captain to distract the dragons. The rest of you focus on guiding the townsfolk to a safe location. It's raining fire. Hallelujah.
Right. Let's go, Vane.
Gotcha. Everyone this way. Hurry! Lancelot and Vane gather a group of townsfolk and head away from the dragons, but are quickly stopped in their tracks.
They're over here, too.
Where the heck did they even come from? Are they invented firefighters? I don't think directly. I'm sure they have, like, water buckets put aside just in case they need it. But I don't think firefighters exist in this universe. Yeah, I don't think they do. Cut off in every direction and forced into a perilous situation, a courageous soul appears out of nowhere to aid them. That would be... yeah, that would be interesting, though.
Siegfried! Who's with the king?
A prodigious flash of light slices through the pursuing dragons, opening a path once closed.
Siegfried! Over here! Move quickly!
Though baffled by Siegfried's sudden arrival, the crew gather their wits and rush the townsfolk away from the scene. Siegfried. How fares the castle? Unharmed. In fact, I didn't sense any dragons closing in on the castle at all. I suspect they're after something else.
Meet your end, beast!
The assault is relentless, with dragon after dragon attacking the crew and townsfolk as if trying to push them into a corner. There's no end to them. Interactive combat with these dragons is enough to consider subversion of the oath. Oh yeah, he's not supposed to be fighting! Ah. Wait. A soft sigh escapes Siegfried's lips as he focuses on pursuing a sensation that lies past his pain. He reaches deep within, probing every cell in his body in search of the slightest pulse of the lineage that flows inside him. Siegfried, don't exhaust yourself. Even a man of your might can only do so much against these beasts. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just a little more and he'll be in my grasp. What will? Siegfried, get back! Percival's warning falls on deaf ears as the Dragon Slayer instead rushes at the flight with a commanding shout.
I'm not finished yet.
Shocks of unbearable pain bolt through his body as he clashes with each incoming dragon. But behind the agony, he feels the rumbling of profound sadness and intense anger rising within him. Forced demons to devour me from within. I suppose this is what Fafnir was talking about. Siegfried recalls the conversation he had with the true dragon. Oh, okay.
Dragon Slayer, I can sense you were once on the verge of turning into a dragon yourself.
Oh, wait. Ah, dang it, that was the volume. Let me set it back to here. Okay, there we go, that's better. How did you know?
My blood boils within you. You're like a volcano poised to erupt at any moment, but the slightest push. If the blood of dragons is always then there's likely only one way to suppress your transformation and the effects of violating the oath. You must awaken the lineage that runs in your veins and make it dominant over mine. However, this could instead accelerate part of your transformation and turn you into a beast. Should you succeed, humanity may never return.
But if I do nothing, my transformation will persist. The consequences of the oath will continue to eat at me, correct?
Yes, that is true.
Then I have my answer. I choose to place my wager on possibility, no matter how slight it may be. Tell me, Fafnir, what must I do to awaken my dragon lineage? You need all but accept your instincts. In accepting your dragon nature, you will awaken your lineage. And once it is assimilated into your body, you will be free from both the oath's consequences and the fear of transforming into a dragon. In that moment, whether you turn into a beast or maintain yourself depends on what your mind and soul choose. This surging impulse inside me could be the dragon's instincts. Noticing a change in the air around Siegfried, the dragons go on alert and start to withdraw. The others notice this change as well. Huh? What's going on? Disconcerted by the sudden silence that befalls the dragons, the crew turn to face the looming presence behind them. Siegfried stands in the very center of the flight, emanating an aberrant aura that keeps it all at bay. You... you can speak. Then I assume you know. Dragons run on instinct. I understand that this feels subconscious from the others. Siegfried mutters to himself. He readies his blade and eyes the surrounding dragons, as best as he can with his eyes closed. Realizing the side of myself is a struggle. But now that I'm up to speed, your wanton assault ends here. Come, I will devour you all! The flight answers Siegfried's provocation with a collective roar and quickly swoops in to attack him. Oh! Oh! A gleam of light flashes and an overwhelming shockwave knocks everyone in the immediate area off their feet. What in the skies? The dragons take the full brunt of the blast, roaring as the sheer force blows them away. Oh! When the dust settles, all that's left is Siegfried standing on a raised mound of earth, surrounded by fallen dragons. Siegfried? Hey! My apologies. I lost myself for a bit there. His eyes are a different color now, though. Siegfried's tone is casual as he shifts his gaze firmly onto the crew. Siegfried, your eyes. They're... The dragon boy literally... My question has still not been answered yet. Is Lancelot part dragon too? Because his dad was a dragon. I need to know. Yes, they're better. My vision hasn't completely come back, but it's better than before. And how is the rest of you? Fine for the time being. In fact, I feel better than ever. Siegfried nods, allowing just a moment to catch up before shifting gears and turning his attention to the citizens behind him. We should evacuate the townsfolk when we can. Another wave is sure to follow.
Right. Let's hurry.
Reminded of the grave situation, the crew jumps back into action and hurries the bewildered townsfolk towards the castle. Grow. You're already here! The flight they repelled are replaced with another as dragons continue to infest the royal capital. Everyone, come this way! The crew keeps the safety of the townsfolk a top priority, choosing paths free of dragons to avoid combat. With each twist and turn, a pervasive sense of unease grows within Lancelot. Strange. There's no sign of an incoming assault since we fought off that last flight. You're right. They've been getting in our way, but none of them are attacking us. Relative to their aggressive actions just moments ago, the dragons now seem to be solely focused on obstruction. Though confounded by this sudden change, the crew presses on and concentrates on getting the townsfolk to safety. All right, once we get past the plaza just ahead, the castle will be in sight. After weaving through numerous buildings, the crew finally arrives at a large open space. Knight Captain Lancelot! What are you all doing here? They're met with the presence of soldiers and a large group of evacuees. The sudden sound of clapping draws everyone's attention. Congratulations on making it. You've taken so long. I thought you all died along the way. Meleagant. Meleagant stands in front of a massive flight of descending dragons, with the castle behind them. Upon recognizing him, Lancelot draws his blades. Why are you here? Why? Dear Knight Captain, you must have realized long ago you were being led on. The citizens are always evacuated to this castle during a crisis in the capital. And though there are many routes to get there, almost all of them pass through this very plaza. That explains what the dragons infiltrated. They traded from the outer form. It was to herd everyone to this area. Smart man. It seems there was an unexpected development along the way. But I must thank you for your compliance. There we go. Gotta turn the fan off because now it's cold. Legant titters, then turns his gaze to the townsfolk. You have all endured for so long, but
But there's no need to hide anymore. Let me show you. Show everyone here. The proof of Fiendrak's sins.
An enormous magical circle appears above the center of the plaza. The crew instantly recognize it as the spell that turns people into dragons. They're gonna get dragonified.
What's... Mother, what's happening?
Townsfolk who evacuated with the crew, citizens who escaped on their own, and knights who swore fealty to the kingdom begin to transform. Those unaffected watch in horror as the people they once called neighbors turn into dragons before their very eyes.
They've been living among us.
They were among us this whole time.
Let the show begin. I wonder how many lives will be cast aside. How many will survive until the star arrives? What say you, oh Knight Captain of the Order of the White Dragons?
Dragons punctuate Malayakin's mocking inquiry with a thunderous roar that quakes the entire kingdom.
Oh, we did it, folks. Chapter 6.
The dragon weeps before daybreak. Where have I heard that title before?
Oh my god, it's the title of the stream. Roll credits.
Disorder reigns in the plaza as Valiants who blended in as citizens and knights of the Fiendrak transform into dragons.
You guys all right?
Yeah. Thanks for the help.
The captain and the crew all pull out all the stops to protect the townsfolk from the assailing dragons. The defenders find their movements hindered amid the chaos, and fatigue begins to show on the soldiers' faces. There's only so much we can do against an onslaught of dragons with all these townsfolk around. Their objective is to lure His Majesty out into the plaza. A single casualty. Wait. A single casualty would likely worsen this already plenty chaotic scene and force him to speak up.
The safety of the king depends on that of the people. He must make sure no harm befalls them.
As the defenders struggle to finesse a breakthrough big enough to change their dire situation, a voice rings out.
Put down your weapons!
The voice is resolute as it echoes across the plaza in an attempt to calm the mayhem.
Your Majesty! You came out sooner than I thought you would. Everybody rejoice! The star has arrived.
Malayagant raises his hand and the dragons open a path. King Carl treads it with confidence. The king?
Your Majesty, why have you come? If anything happens to you, Fiendrak will... It's all right, Lancelot. I understand your concern. But in good conscience, I cannot sequester myself in the castle where my people are being held hostage.
King Carl makes his commitment to the people clear, then turns to face Malayagant.
So, I presume you are Malayagant?
King Carl. What an honor it is to meet the most ignorant sovereign in Fiendrak's history. The knights fill with rage as Malayagant greets their king with open disdain. Unstirred, King Carl stays them with a small gesture, maintaining his posture and fixing his gaze on the man in front of him.
Indeed. I've been far too ignorant about a great many things. But it is the awareness of my own ignorance that has allowed me to accept the truth about Findrak and commit myself to righting past wrongs.
King Carl turns to face his people and takes a deep breath before addressing them with a quiet dignity.
I'm sure today's events have confused many of you. But there is one thing that I would like for you all to know. These dragons are not your enemies. They are people of Findrak, just as we are.
With a heavy heart, King Carl begins to impart the secret history of the kingdom as told by Fafnir. He recounts the story of Findrak's sins, and the many forced to sacrifice their lives by bygone kings.
They were heroes, saviors of our kingdom. They risked their lives and fought for Findrak, with a strength beyond that of man. But the Findrak of yore condemned them, labeled them villains, and buried them in its dark history. I understand their hate. The responsibility of their plight lies squarely on my house. People of Findrak, Valiants, if you bear any resentment, please, let it be only toward me. I am prepared to accept whatever punishment to rectify and atone for the sins committed by our kings.
As King Carl lowers his head, Malegan's shoulders start to quiver. How comical! It seems Fafnir forgot to inform you of a crucial fact. You say the responsibility lies entirely on your house. Yes, the root of the sin grows from the sovereign. That much is sure. But I don't remember saying our resentment was reserved just for the royal house. What? The implication in Malegan's words sets King Carl and the knights on edge. Seeing them tense up, Malegan sighs and shakes his head. You people never change. You only concern yourself with what happens on the surface, and say whatever suits you in the moment. You limit yourself only to a truth that is placed right before your eyes, and espouse high-minded platitudes. Then you turn your back on the issues, to eliminate any inconvenient elements that get in your way. That is what you do.
No, I promise you, I am truly what?
Remorseful. And do you suppose your people share your sentiment? Your vice captain and the dragon slayer are perched for the kill. What do you make of them? What of the noble boy from Wales? What of him? Malegan's spiteful gaze darts over to Lancelot. The man donning the pretentious armor he inherited. Your venerable knight captain! You all stand there as if you have nothing to do with this. Well, I have something to tell you. Our people didn't appear out of nowhere. We are weapons, the product of the kingdom's many years of experimentation and research. The Valiant were made by Findrak. Findrak created you? Yes. But of course, not even Findrak had the power to create life out of nothing. I'm cold again. Blanky time. To bear life, one requires the necessary materials. And 300 years ago, the people of Findrak, all of your ancestors, gave the kingdom exactly what they needed. Malagan shoots a disdainful glance at the people in the plaza before continuing. Here I will lay your story bare. You will learn how we came to be, what has been done to us, and through hearing our experiences, you will come to know the true nature of the Kingdom of Fiendrak. The history of Fiendrak's sins, unbeknownst to even Fafnir, will soon see the light of day.
Let's hear it!
Flashback, okay. 300 years ago, Fiendrak was forced into a great war, but lacked the might to come out victorious. At the time, I served the kingdom. As such, the order for me to make the front lines was all but inevitable. You want me on the front lines? I am aware your people uphold the will of your dragon ancestors to never engage in conflict. By promising to keep you away from the front lines, I managed to convince your firm leader to let me recruit you into the Knights. But as you can see, that is a promise I can no longer uphold. I understand. I will go. But I have one condition, if I may, Your Majesty. What is it? In exchange for me going to the front lines, I ask that you exempt my people from conscription. Just like our ancestors, the Amphitere, dragons of Avalon, my people abhor conflict. We vowed never to kill and distance ourselves from worldly conflicts. To break this vow would be to betray our ancestors, and I do not wish my people to shoulder the same burden as I. Noted. Though you interact with man, there's no denying the blood of the noble Avalon flight flows within your people. Your actions will undoubtedly violate your vow. To compensate your sacrifice, I will see your condition honored. Thank you, Your Majesty. To people of the time, oaths made with those of dragon's blood carried far more weight than those without. For Fiendrak, a kingdom with deep ties to dragons, this was especially so. Not even the king could deny it. That is why I trusted at his word. Though it meant facing sure punishment, I was content with putting myself on the line to protect my people. The king honored his promise to me. No matter how dire the war got, my people were always spared from conscription. Instead, he decided to use them as test subjects in his pursuit to create the perfect warrior, the valiant. No, King of Fiendrak would never. Hold on. I don't believe that for a second. You could be making things up for all I know. You saw it yourself, Knight Captain. You saw the people who were forgotten, who were left locked away underground. You mean the bones I saw when that prison under the well were the discarded remains of those who failed to become valiants? Among them, my own mother and my younger brother. Oh! What you happened upon was a former top-secret facility where they conducted research to create the Valiant. At first, the majority of those sent to the facility were heavily wounded soldiers, short on all sorts of materials. Instead of treating the gravely injured, the kingdom repurposed them into research material. Before long, seeing the result of his experiments had reached their limit, the king began to capture those with Avalon dragon lineage to use as test subjects. The fact I became aware of when I myself was sent to the facility, after suffering heavy injuries in the front lines. What I witnessed there could only be described as acts of supreme villainy. They would transplant parts of dragons onto people, in an attempt to create an entity endowed with the power of the former, and the intelligence of the latter. While the blood of the Avalon flight flows within us, we are people just like you. So naturally, the subject's bodies rejected the dragon parts forcibly attached to them, and the pain that resulted was indescribable. After countless failures, countless deaths, they finally succeeded in creating their first valiant, me. That is when the real nightmare began. To turn around the desperate situation, the kingdom desired the power of the valiant. But in those days, there were few left who had the blood of the Avalon flight within them. To make things worse, the kingdom's success rate for creating valiants was low. Many perished while they were being experimented on. They expanded their subjects to compensate for this, and began to round up private citizens to turn into valiants as well. The majority of those people were individuals who were persecuted by their neighbors. The targets of Malayan's scrutiny exchanged disturbed looks with each other, openly shaken by this shocking revelation. The citizenry would offer those they considered undesirable to the kingdom, and in return, received riches. Outsiders, the elderly who could no longer work, women and children who could not labor, those with the lineage and power of an other. The kingdom has jobs for all of you. Obey the crown and all will be well. These are the kind of words that were used to convince them to go along. Remarkable greed drove citizens to sell the lives of their valuable neighbors, knowing full well what would be done to them. Vulnerable, even the common folk took part. Rather than being forced to act by decree, the people cooperated willingly. That background lent some credence to the scorn towards the valiant. And it may make sense that they would want to hide their involvement. I suppose all of this points to the reason why the existence of the valiant hasn't come to light until now. In the midst of that abject horror, we valiants clung to what little fortune we could find, and managed to live on. Only half of all the people of the kingdom used in their experiments survived the ordeal. But though they survived, the lives they led afterward would be rife with misery. Malayan turns towards King Carl, who has lost all color in his face. King Carl, just before, he called us heroes, saviors of the kingdom. But we did not fight for the kingdom. The kingdom made us fight for them. Our freedom was stolen from us through magic. We were forced to fight, forced to follow orders. All while painfully aware that these actions would bring about our undoing. The murder of Excalibur's successor, that too was a wordless smirk on the silence that follows all but confirms the Knight Captain's suspicion. Yes, our creation, our frames murderers, and callers of the calamity, Megatherian. It's all part of a grand scheme. A script written by the king of Fiendrak. Our existence was an inconvenience to everyone in the kingdom. Calamity's reawakening was of no consequence as far as the fate of the Valiant was concerned. From the moment our creation, our end was sealed. But of course, we couldn't allow ourselves to perish without exercising some sense of self. We awakened our dragon powers, fully prepared to lose our humanity, and fought with abandon to protect our dignity and the lives of our brethren. But alas, Maleagant lets out a plaintive sigh and glares at Lancelot, eyes clouded with profound hatred. We lost, and thus hidden deep underneath the kingdom. And the man that hid us inherited the very same armor you now wear. A man known as the Knight of the Lake, the Knight Captain of the Order. Stop. Just give up, Maleagant. Shh. Oh. You would tell me to give up? You who knew the whole truth, yet for so long chose to turn away? Don't you pity us now? Don't you dare try to save us? You knew everything and did nothing! Is this loyalty? Is this what a knight defending his kingdom does? What is your purpose? What did you become a knight to protect? You defend a kingdom and people devoid of even a fragment of virtue. And to those who actually needed saving, you offered not a shred of hope. What prevented you from helping them sooner? You could have saved so many lives. I could have. You're right. I turned a blind eye for so long. It's my inaction that caused this to happen. The least I can do now is save your lives. Please, lend me your strength. Are you sure? Oh, Filter. The Lady of the Lake. What are you? In accordance with the oath I made with the knights, I will exercise my power to seal you away. Rest assured, you will not perish. This is all I can do for you. The only salvation I can provide. You call this salvation? How dare you! Now, activate the seal! Damn you! You would even take freedom and death from us! If you really want to save us, at least have the decency to free us with your own hands. It is done. Yes. The chance for all of you to live in peace will be yours one day. But until then, I pray you see it well. So, death was taken away from us as we were sealed away, forced into an eternal slumber. There we slept, buried alive deep beneath the cold, dark earth, in our unmarked grave for the living. So how did he get free? Maybe they'll tell us. Sealed beneath Vindrak by the Knight of the Lake. The Valiant vanished from sight. Oh, I need a cough drop. Where's my halls? Ah, here it is. There we go. My throat is feeling it. Don't worry, I'm fine though. There we go. To prevent a resurgence of the calamity, Megatherion, all informed related to the Valiant, was subsequently buried away. Information. And the kingdom vowed to never bring such beings into existence ever again. Findrak went to great lengths all to erase the injustices they inflicted upon their own people. They did. They didn't stop at us. They were thorough in their erasure. They destroyed everything that linked back to us. The village that was aware of and cooperated with experiments was eliminated, as were friends, family members, knights. Even citizens who weren't directly involved in the experiments. Anyone with the slightest knowledge of what happened was expunged. That excessive, unliteral action? Unilateral action. Sure, there were collaborators, but the kingdom was the one that started the whole debacle. This is what I've been telling you. The kingdom of Findrak has always been this way. However, for all that thoroughness, shortcomings in their efforts were bound to emerge. The technique for sealing away dragons is imperfect. A seal can easily be broken by any outside force strong enough to disturb it. A strong outside force? Fafnir's rampage! Exactly. The power that emanated from Fafnir's furious rampage stimulated a number of the Valiant, and released them from the seal. Upon learning of their existence was vanishing from history, many liberated Valiants set out to shed light on the truth of Findrak. But in these 300 years, not once have we succeeded. Those who tried were eradicated as well. Yes. Hunted down as descendants, accused of seeking the downfall of Findrak. And so the Valiants who had awakened chose to live normal lives among the people. If the Valiants who were sealed beneath Findrak were all killed, our truth would have disappeared into darkness. Instead of resigning to that fate, many Valiants carried on our people's lineage, passing on our story and our future to their children. They hoped that their descendants would eventually bring the truth into the light, and yearn for a future where they and their children could live with nothing to hide. As ordinary people, Ban and Miles are of the many Valiants entrusted with this hope for the future. Upon learning his late father's secret, a vortex of complex emotions churns within the Knight Captain. He quietly faces Maleagant. What you say may be true. This kingdom and its people may have committed many heinous sins. But the perpetrators of those sins no longer live among us. Among us! No matter the reasons, that does not give you the right to steal peace away from these innocent people. I understand that it may not. But if history not played out the way it did, neither the people nor Findrak would exist as they do today.
Despite that, you're permitted to live unfettered, oblivious to the sins committed by your own kingdom and your ancestors. Your existence is tainted, built on the loss of so many others you know nothing about. The Valiant were just like you. We were all ordinary people born on this very island. But you know nothing of the people who were buried, without so much as a marker to locate them. The people whose villages were wiped off the map, families slaughtered, with no trace that they'd ever been born. We are of the same kingdom. How would you explain this difference between us? Humans, Runes, Drafts, and Harvens. Though their environments and appearances may differ, they are people. But this island isn't just home to people. It's home to fairies, mystical beasts, dragons, and primals. In days past, even astrals. They were all accepted by the island, allowed to live their lives. We were all born here, lived our entire lives on this island. We were people just like everyone else. But because we were seen as lesser, because we were mixed blood, because our origins were different, the public despised us, treated us as objects and toyed with our lives. What did we do to deserve this? Was the mere act of our birth more wicked than the sins of your kingdom and your ancestors perpetrated against us? Tell me why. Why us? Why is this our fate? The plaza falls dead silent as Malagan cries out in agony. With the history of their kingdom laid bare before them, not a single person speaks up to distance themselves from the reality. Even after learning the truth, people like to think of certain problems as another's responsibility. That was the kingdom's doing. What my ancestors did has nothing to do with me. I understand. That's just how people think. After our birth and our awakening from the sea, we Valiants have attempted to propose paths to coexist over and over again. We were denied at every corner, instead called monsters and unilaterally exterminated by you, people of Findrak. And so, he made a choice to never trust this kingdom, its people, or anything ever again. We will take back what was stolen from us with our bare hands. Our existence, our place in the world, and every aspect of our lives. In pursuit of this, King Carl, I will take your head and build a kingdom for the Valiant. As Malagan spells out the king's fate, his eyes burn with intense anger and sorrow. Lancelot comes to King Carl's defense, interjecting quietly. Killing His Majesty will not solve anything. What do you plan to do with the kingdom once you have it? Even with control over Findrak, citizens would never follow the orders of people who killed their king. Control over the people means little to us. Taking hold of Findrak will etch into history that this kingdom was once ruled by the Valiant. And we do what we must to leave that mark on this land. Are you with me, brethren? The dragons roar their agreement in unison. I will not let you. The king's whisper of defiance sends a sharp glare from Maleagant. Afraid for your precious life, are you, King Carl? I'm not. If my life would quell your hatred, I would offer it time and time again. But my life alone would be insufficient. The kingdom would only lose the means to atone for its sins. What are you blabbering about now? A kingdom is nothing without its people. But it is the king, the leader of the kingdom, who stirs the people, and is thus the perpetrator of atrocity. The throne of Findrak is guilty as of many sins as there have been kings that sat upon it. I could never bring myself to shoulder the burden of such a troubled throne. I will not allow you to dirty your hands any further. There's no longer any reason to debase yourselves. In the face of death, you preach your lofty nonsense. I thought I told you, foolish king. We don't trust in anything anymore. Your Majesty! The Knight Captain notices the magic circle that transforms people into dragons above Maleagant's hand and dashes to the front to shield King Carl. In that instant, a blinding flash of light and a mighty gust of wind assault everyone in the plaza. There's nothing you can say that will make us back down. In the end, only one side will emerge victorious. Yours or ours. Your Majesty, they mean to see their cause to the end. They will not stop until they've captured the kingdom, or they've died trying. I know. But either of those outcomes would only allow this catastrophe to happen again. King Carl murmurs his unease about the situation to Lancelot, before slowly rising to his feet. Siegfried, Rain, Percival, Lancelot. If you all could perhaps indulge a selfish request I have. If at all possible, I would like for you to end this fight without any loss of life, on our side or theirs. They mean to kill us, Your Majesty. To exercise any restraint against them would be a mistake. Yes, I understand that. But it is the Findrak of old that has pushed them into taking action. They too are citizens of the kingdom, who have a right to our protection and a right to to live their lives as they please. If we were to lose them now, we'll have only repeated the mistakes of Findrak's past. We must not allow that to come to pass if we are truly to face the realities of our history and walk a path of righteousness. It will be difficult, I know. But I believe this great adversity will enable us to conjure a spectacular miracle. With the power of you four knights who have saved this kingdom from disaster time after time, I believe we can make the impossible possible. For the future of this kingdom, and to end all of this suffering, I beg you, please, lend me your strength. If not for them, you would have been kept in the dark about Findrak's history for all eternity.
The Valiant have attacked many villages and towns, and hurt countless people. That is a reality I cannot ignore. But I understand that they are victims of the kingdom's actions, just as your majesty says. With that said, I trust your majesty's judgment. The kingdom must move along the path of integrity and change for the better. Of course, I won't be able to make it happen by myself. I'll need help from all of you. I've pledged my life and loyalty to Findrak. And as such, I'll muster whatever strength I have to defend it. I can't forget what happened to me in my village. Now that I know what Uncle Bon and Uncle Miles were going through, I can't just turn and look the other way. I'll fight too, Lancelot. Not to defeat them, but to help them, of course. Their naivety knows no bounds. What about you, Percival? What the Valiant did was wrong, there's no denying it. But if Findrak has erred and the people suffer because of it, leading to the mess we find ourselves in now, then the kingdom is obligated to both acknowledge and confront what it has done. And as a former knight of Findrak, I will share that obligation. Thank you, Siegfried, Bane, and you, Percival. What about you, Captain? Will you help me too? Yes.
Yeah, you leave the townsfolk to us. We won't let those baddies lay a claw on them. You guys focus on dealing with Maleagant.
Thank you, Captain. Take care of them. The knights leave the townsfolk in the captain's capable hands and move to confront Maleagant. For the good of the kingdom, and the good of the Valiant, we will stop you. I'd like to see you try. You'll need a miracle to get what you want. And I imagine you're short on those. It's either new knights or me. Only one of us will come out of this alive. We'll make our own miracle. We'll show you we have the power to save everyone. Let's go! Oh, damn, look at that artwork. Oh. Wow, we get 2 CGs for this event. Plus the bonus one that somebody else posted on Twitter. Right. Maleagant. Sex Filugal. We will end everything. You knights. And this entire kingdom. I never knew a person could transform into such a powerful dragon. He's a formidable opponent. No doubt. We'll have to attack him with all we've got. Fight to save everyone. Yeah. You're not ending anything. For the sake of Uncle Bon and Uncle Miles, I will take you down! Their deaths are on the kingdom's hands. As long as Findrak stands, others will share their tragic fate. Wait, hold up. Into force attack. Strength to caster? Oh, okay. It's stackable, so. Something's happening with Maleagant. He's trying to stimmy us. Go ahead, do your worst. Manigance. Convey. Ah! Whoops, I skipped it. Yes, sir. Fools. I will destroy you and your fragile ideals. We've waited 300 years for this moment. It'll take more than your feeble assault to stop us. Ugh, we couldn't stop him. Calm yourself, mongrel. You've at least weakened him. One more push will take him down. Call our ideals whatever you like. We will not back down. Save your people and ours. We will defeat you. The words of a knight of Fiendrak are worth less than dirt. You and all the other knights tell the same lies as the damned Knight of the Lake. You want to save us? When you turned a blind eye just like he did? Don't make me laugh. Lancelot, here he comes. Let's bombard him and bring him down once and for all. Style glance. Now, Percival, let's go. Yeah. No, this can't be. Good. He stopped moving. Now's our chance. Storm him. With all the might of their knights, why did Fiendrak choose to steal the futures of so many people? Why didn't they put their strength into changing their own kingdom? So many lives, both man and dragon, could have been saved. Tell me, why? The past cannot be changed, but knowing what happened, we can work to create a better tomorrow for all. And to do that, I'll need everyone's help. As Knights of Fiendrak, we will put an end to this kingdom's history of misery. Yeah! Oh! Maleagant staggered. Yeah, we got him. We did it, folks. Oh, the ending has 2 parts. Ah! Almost there. With me, Vayne. I'll hit him with everything I've got. Yeah. I'm sorry, I only have one mouth. Lancelot! It's time to end this. Hey, he's doing the pose. Lancelot's mighty strike rings an earth-shaking roar from Maleagant and forces him to the ground. The moment Maleagant's colossal form touches down, the rampaging dragons halt. Is he gonna come back? Do I have to turn the filter off now? Okay, good. Still. You're finished. So this is how it ends. With history repeating itself. All of our struggles were in vain. In what? Wait, in me? I wouldn't say that. If you Valiants hadn't caused a commotion, the people of this kingdom would have gone on living in ignorance. Including me. If not for you, I would have died unaware of the burden my father carried.
So what now? What are you going to do with us? His Majesty doesn't seem to want for our heads. So I suppose sealing us away is your only option. It won't be easy. We're not ordinary people. I doubt your knights would be able to seal this many dragons and valiants. We will not seal you away. What? That would only repeat the cycle. Sealing you will not right the wrongs of the kingdom. It'll only enable a distant future where this happens again. Maleagant, you and the Valiant will become citizens of Fiendrak, and we, the Order of the White Dragons, will protect you. You protect us? I suspect many more sins lurk within the shadows of the kingdom. The creation and treatment of the Valiant was only one of them. He must bring all of the kingdom's darkness into the light. If we're to make sure these mistakes are never repeated again. To do this, we need keepers of history, witnesses of the past that can truthfully tell us where we were headed based on what they've seen. And I don't think there's anyone more fitting for that role than you and the Valiant. Don't you agree? Outrageous suggestion. You haven't forgotten what we've done to the kingdom, have you? I mean, yeah, but if we keep blaming each other for You did that because the kingdom did a bad thing. So if we do a bad thing to you, because you did a bad thing, because we did a bad thing, then it's just a never-ending cycle of, people punching each other for no reason. Say we attack Fiendrak again sometime in the future. What would you do then? I would do everything in my power to stop you, and deliver upon you a consequence commensurate to your crime. No mercy. But I have faith that you'll never do anything like that ever again. If your intent was to destroy Fiendrak, the kingdom would have already fallen long ago, and with plenty of casualties. But it didn't, because that wasn't your objective. You sought to turn the kingdom and its people towards the truth, to have them acknowledge their sins. And in doing so, make them realize that even the Valiant, a people who are created, deserve the right to live their lives like everyone else. Isn't that right? Now that you've achieved your goal, there's no reason for you to terrorize the people as you did. Is this just how people are these days? You're awfully trusting for a knight, Captain. Though I suppose as the user, I have no choice but to abide by your decision. It pains me to admit it. You're right. I've accomplished my purpose. Maleagant glances around at the dragons observing the situation. As if in response, they peacefully touch down on the earth. Friends! Having returned to their non-dragon forms, the Valiant stand behind Maleagant as he lowers his head. The Valiant will no longer resist. We surrender, my captain. Soundly defeated, the Valiant capitulate, and the tumult that threw Fiendrak into utter chaos is brought to a momentary end. Is this part 1? Okay, we got part 2. A few days have passed since the Valiant surrendered. As part of a support unit deployed to the area, a few knights in training worked diligently to restore a town on the outskirts of Fiendrak. Hey! Cruz? You've been looking at us weird for a hot minute. Is something wrong? These are my boys. My other boys.
No, it's just... Are you sure you guys are okay? You and Arthur really pushed yourselves to get everyone to safety when those dragons attacked. You're worried about we got hurt? We're fine. All I got was that little scrape on my knee. I kinda panicked when all that rubble came falling down on us. But we made it out in the end, and that's all that matters. We've told you over and over again. It was just a couple of scratches. We're fine. If you say so. What's with you, huh? You're being such a worrywart. Just forget about it. If you're fine, I'm fine. I'm gonna go grab some tools for us. I think we'll need more than just our hands to move all this big rubble out of the way. Right. Thanks, Cruz. We'll clean up what we can until you get back. Cruz leaves the pair, lost in his own thoughts. His mind wanders back to the events that happened the day the dragons attacked. Arthur, Mordred, hurry! The building's about to collapse. Oh no. Damn it. We're not gonna make it. No! Arthur! Mordred! Cruz yells for his friends, hoping for any response. When he receives silence in return, he stares at the mountain of rubble in shock. Arthur, you alright? Yeah, I think so. Oh, thank the skies. They're both alive. Arthur, you're bleeding. I'm bleeding? Oh, well, I mean, this is just a filler graphic. We don't know how bad it is, but I guess if it's it's covering half of him, it's pretty bad. Oh, what the heck happened? My clothes are all red. Mordred, quick. We have to get him to the first aid tent. Cruz and Mordred rush the confused Arthur to a first aid tent where a medical team checks, then promptly releases him. All you had was a scrape on your knee? And what was all that blood on you? I don't know. I have no idea what happened. But I'm alright, I promise. What about you, Mordred? Were you hurt? Nah, I'm fine. Oh, thank goodness. And sorry we freaked you out back there, Cruz. It's okay. I'm just glad you guys are okay. Mordred and Arthur walk away from the situation with their lives. The former completely unscathed, and the latter, while covered in blood, with only light injuries. Witness to the harrowing event, Cruz mulls over a certain possibility that could explain their improbable luck. A sheath that heals all pains. What could it mean for the sheath to have awakened within Mordred? The awakening of the sheath, the resurgence of the Valiant, the activity of the Albanorum soldiers who invaded Hibergrief. All of this happening at the same time can't be just a coincidence, can it? Cruz's questions to himself goes unanswered, conjuring a tinge of dread in his heart. Well, I see your wounds are healing up fine. Thanks to you. Yay, he's alright. In the throne room, King Carl speaks to Maleagant, who has recently finished recuperating from his injuries. My ears are irritated because I've been wearing the headphones for so long. Before we get to business, there's something I would like to share with you. I am happy to inform you that Nimue has stepped forward to open their village to the Valiant. A number of them have already gone to help put the village back together. While living there, of course. Nimue Village accepted us? Malagant blinks his eyes in surprise, his gaze then jumping to Lancelot. After the events at the plaza, I took it upon myself to tell everyone at home about my father and Uncle Miles. Wow. I never knew my dear Bon and Miles carried such heavy burdens their entire lives. A few days after the fighting ends, Lancelot and Vane arrive at a small settlement near Nimue Village. There they explain to the evacuated villagers the truth about what happened. Were either of you able to ask them about their past while they were still with us? We certainly tried. When we first met, they seemed to be troubled by something, but we could never get them to open up about it. But there were times when I saw your father looking wistfully at our village. I'm sure those were the moments he had his friends on his mind as he slept beneath us. If only I had known earlier, perhaps things would have turned out different. Mother. Elaine bows her head in remorse, and Lancelot's eyes wander as he struggles to find the right words to comfort his mother. What's going to happen to these valiant fellows? At the moment, we have them living in a facility that's under the purview of the Order. A temporary measure, of course. We can't have them stay there forever. With their homeland gone, we'll likely have them restore the abandoned village and live there. But a lot of people are against the Valiant living so close by, which complicates things a little bit. I see. Chief, do you think we could let the Valiant settle with us here in Nimue? Mother, what are you... The Valiant were important to our husbands. That's why they risked their lives to protect them, right? If so, then I want to honor their legacy and welcome the Valiant to live with us. Bon and Miles, they wanted a future where we could walk together with the Valiant. I'm positive this is what they would have wanted. I'm with Elaine. What Miles wanted was to protect. I want to protect too. I'll never forget how our village was ruined. But Bon imparted a great deal of knowledge to the children here. I refuse to believe his warmth and his deeds were lies. I want to honor the man I knew by respecting his wish. Yay. To be honest, I don't know how I feel. I think about the children and find myself hesitant to go along. I understand. Some will find accepting the Valiant difficult. But if no one stands up to take action, nothing will ever change, no matter what the Knights of the Kingdom do. And that's why I want to stand up and take the first step forward. I want to see for myself what our husbands wanted to protect. Though there are uncertain and concerned villagers present, there are no voices of objection. Regardless of where they stood, Bon and Miles were cherished by everyone in our village. That is a fact. So as we accept them long ago, so shall we accept the Valiant. And if our new neighbors one day come to think of Nimue as their true home, well, I'm sure that would make Bon and Miles quite happy. Are you sure this is what you want? I might not show it, but there are people out there that harbor ill will towards the Valiant. Taking them in can cause some havoc in Nimue. I'm sure. The village was fearful of your father and Miles when they first arrived too. But if the Valiant are willing to accept the village, the village will be willing to accept them, just as we did with Bon and Miles. So you can relax, Vane. There's no need to look so anxious. I just don't know if I can go along with this. Even though you and Auntie Adele are on the same page, there's still... Come now, have some faith in us. No matter who you value are, we'll imbue them with the spirit of Nimue in no time. You'll see. Exactly. You forget me and Adele have plenty of experience turning people into Nimueans. Just look what we did with Bon and Miles. I guess you're right. You do make a really convincing argument. But if something ever happens, contact the Order as soon as possible, alright? Yes, of course. We'll be counting on you boys. I see. So it was the wives of Bon and Miles who made the suggestion. As of now, we haven't received reports of any issues. And after seeing how things have progressed in Nimue, other places are opening themselves up to welcoming the Valiant as well. That's good to hear. As long as everyone's alright, I'm glad. Well, now that we've updated each other, I'd like to move on to the matter at hand. Maleficent, we have a few questions for you. I should warn you, I've only recently been released from the seal. Any information I have about what happened while I was under it, I restrict the blood of my brethren. I cannot vouch for its veracity. I understand. Siegfried glances over at King Carl. When the king nods, he returns his attention to Maleficent and begins questioning. First, I'm aware that Excalibur had appeared during your time. That it did. And what about it? It has emerged again in our era. But detailed records on Excalibur are scarce. It's made uncovering the truth about it quite a difficult affair. No, not sleepy, just probably tired. I've been going at this for 5 hours, but I've been having fun and I want to finish it. So I ask you, what is Excalibur? Who made it? And what is its purpose? Excalibur is a weapon that was created by the Astrals to defeat the Beast of Calamity, Megatherion. Sorry. It's said when the powers of both Blade and Sheath awaken, the Ebon Beast will be defeated, and Paradise made anew. For that reason, the appearance of Excalibur is believed to be a harbinger. The Beast's awakening is close at hand. The Beast. I remember Fafnir talking about it. It was stirred by the growing conflict between the kingdoms, and ultimately struck down by the wielder of Excalibur. But struck down it was not. To this day, it sleeps on this very island. To my knowledge, the full strength of Excalibur has never been realized. Not even once? No. The true power of Excalibur can't be unleashed unless both the blade and the sheath appear. The blade Excalibur has revealed itself many times throughout history, but there are no records of its sheath. If I remember correctly, legends speak of the sheath being under Hippogriff's protection, thus making us Fiendrak, keepers of the sword, and Hippogriff, keepers of the sheath, comrades bound by a shared destiny. Why then relations between our kingdoms stopped 300 years ago is brought even more into question. Would you happen to know the reason? The kingdom of Hippogriff had historically espoused neutrality. Some would describe the kingdom as conservative, Damn it. An invasion by a coalition of minor kingdoms was plunged Hypergreed into crisis. But they were saved by a detachment of Valiants sent to aid them. But upon learning of the Valiant, Hypergreed attempted to persuade Fiendrak to halt further efforts to create them, to cease all hostilities. Naturally, as Fiendrak was at a military disadvantage at the time, they did not comply. And so, to distance their kingdom from the flames of war, Hypergreed terminated their relations with Fiendrak. Around that time, mentions of the sheath disappearing from all records in Fiendrak related to Excalibur. So the reason why Hypergreed is seemingly absent from any documents in Fiendrak relates back to the Valiant? That may be a factor, but it was likely also because Fiendrak felt Hypergreed abandoned them while they were on the brink of destruction. That is undoubtedly the main reason as to why public opinion towards Hypergreed was at its worst in those days. Wow, it all makes sense. Did His Majesty King Joseph know about this? There's no way to verify that now, of course. But it is possible that an accurate account of history was passed down only to the past kings of Fiendrak. However, if he did know, I'm sure he continued with many complicated emotions upon receiving the request for aid. There's one more crucial thing I need to ask you about. Meleagant, did a man named Merlin release you from the seal? Merlin? No. A being named Morgan released us. It calls itself the Fairy of Avalon. Morgan? First I've heard of that name. I don't know much about it either. There weren't any records of a fairy named Morgan in the days of Avalon. It's clear that the fairy was tricking us in some way. But such is the dastardly nature of fairies. However, the blood of the Avalon flight that flows within me says there's something especially dangerous about this Morgan. At the very least, its machinations aren't for the good of man. It's said releasing the Valiant was an act of whimsy, but I believe it. Pardon the intrusion. I have an urgent message for His Majesty and the Knight Captain Lancelot. We've received reports that a unit of Albanarum soldiers have crossed our borders and are advancing on the kingdom. What? Are you certain that's what's happening? Yes. We've also received a statement from Albanarum. Fiendrak has broken their vow and resumed their creation of the Valiant, the very source of calamity. The kingdom of Fiendrak and their collaborator, the House of Wales, are complicit in committing this grave crime. Therefore, the Empire of Albanarum hereby deems both entities malefactors, and will deliver upon them judgment for the safety of the island. Oh geez, no wonder. We have the Kingdom of Wales and the Kingdom of Fiendrak, and now we have the Empire of Albanarum. Empire is already a red flag. I don't think I've heard of any good empires in my time. Just as they've mollified the Valiant uprising and set forth on a new path, foreboding news is delivered right to their doorstep. A long-hidden truth now threatens to embroil Fiendrak in an even greater conflict. While turmoil looms in Fiendrak, Albanarum is a hive of activity. Great, more problems. A 22nd unit has penetrated Fiendrak's border as planned. They'll hold their position until the official commencement of hostilities. Is there any movement in Fiendrak? Not at the moment. Their king likely just received our statement. Good. Proceed according to plan until you see a response from them. Yes, sir. Theomaka. Oh god. This body is so stuffy. As soon as the man is finished mumbling about discomfort, his body begins to contort, bending at all sorts of odd angles. For a while, the most inhuman sound escapes from the man as he twists and turns. Then it stops.
やはりこの姿が一番美しい。君もそう思うだろう？テオマハ。
Indeed. This is the form I look most beautiful. Don't you agree, Theomaka? Where the man once stood, now stands a lone fairy. I must say, it's truly remarkable how man continues to create tedious procedures. Can't even start a single war without needing justification. It boggles the mind why they deem such a process at all necessary. Morgan murmurs their misgivings, then looks over at a game board placed on a nearby table, because of fucking course. This is on you, Merlin. You refused to take the stage, so now I have to go through all this trouble to set it. Do you suppose one gains from inaction? Or perhaps you intend to keep chasing after that impossible dream of yours? If that's your choice, so be it. Go on. Lose everything dear to you. I really don't care either way. As Morgan mumbles about Merlin, they take to picking up the game pieces on the board, positioning them on the board one by one. The 4 Knights of Findrak, the Lord of Frost, the hero of Dalmor, a magnificent mage, heritors of the Holy Blade and Sheath, and the Keepers of History, the mixed blood children of Avalon Flight. I've waited a long, long time for this ensemble performance. Do entertain me, will you? In the silent room, the fairy's lips curl into an alluring smile. But behind their enchanting beauty lies a wicked malevolence. The dragon weeps before daybreak. The end. I don't know, don't juke me. Okay. Seems like that's it. I was scared for a second. I thought, oh, there's another story. Ugh. Are all these formalities really necessary? Mortals are a real thorn in my side. Hey, Gwynts, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Hope your time zone's treating you well. Welcome in. We're just about ending, but we have a pride quest to do. Anyways, that's it for the event. Wow, that was a trip and a half. But it was fun. Lots of good callbacks, lots of new established lore. And lots of really good foreshadowing that makes a lot of things to look forward to. And yeah, it was a lot of fun to voice. I'm gonna get a pizza after this. Yeah. Thank you to anyone who hung out, chatted, and even lurked. You know how the saying goes. I appreciate everyone.
Okay. But yeah, I had a blast with this. Dang. It hurt in the feels. It had plenty of cool action scenes. And lots of cool moments. And I'm looking forward to when they do another one. I don't know. It really makes me happy that September seems to be Dragon Knight month. Because, you know, it's also my birth month. So it's like, hey, Granblue's giving me another gift. Other than the birthday messages. Silver Clow. Whoa, that did a lot of damage. And we don't have a potion. What turn is it? Oh, it's turn 5? Okay. Oh! No, he has Reflect! Ugh. Okay, let's see. Do we have a raid target tonight? Yes, we survived. Okay. Oh, let's hope this is enough to finish it. Charge attack and double strike. Cats. Yeah. I am excited to see who the Grand Unit's gonna be. I think it comes out tomorrow, or maybe tonight. Hey, we did it. Nice, first try. Okay, wait. When does the banner change? September 30th? Oh, okay, so that's like tomorrow. And yeah, we have free draw tickets. Ooh. Here's hoping we can get lucky, depending on who it is. I feel like it might be someone here. It'll be very weird if it isn't. But yeah. With Mr. Mischief-Making Fairy here as our send-off. Hold on. It is rather late for me, so I think I should just, head to bed. I don't know, let's see what the coin has to say. Wait. Should I just go to sleep? Yeah. Coin says yeah. So that's it for me for this week. Oh, right, yeah. I'm going to a convention on the weekend, especially. So I should get ready for that. And next week, I'll try and complete all the stuff from... I still didn't get the fossils from Seabed Cavern. So I have to do that for next Fossil Fighter stream. But yeah, till next time. Hope y'all enjoyed the stream. Thank you very much to anyone who hung out, chatted, and even lurked. I sincerely appreciate any and all y'all's support. And till next time, stay cute, stay comfy, and most importantly, stay chaotic. Bye bye yo!